2-1. I know it doesn't sound like a very big difference, but I think the qualities in their wins that they have gotten, I think, is a lot bigger, especially with the fact that we're seeing potentially St. Clair now start to slide down in the standings. I wonder if that's going to maybe provide room for one of these two teams to jump into that third place spot.
No doubt about it. You know, the Ohio State University can leave the bottom half of the league behind with a win today, perhaps, and Stony Brook has an opportunity to get their year back on track, right? So this is really deciding the direction of their years. In fairness to Stony Brook, they lost to Winthrop in Maryville, so no shame in that. But today's match, I think, is going to show us their real level.
Yeah, I'm just looking at their future schedules, and we can kind of get through some of the rosters while we're waiting here. After today, these two teams are going to be playing up against Boise State and then West Virginia for Stony Brook. I think that that's kind of like as free of a runway for you to maybe clinch it, but I think that this is probably going to be one of their most important matches throughout the entire season.
Yeah, because this is going to be the big determination of where you're going to finish, right? Because obviously with the weakness that St. Clair is displaying, Ohio State, as you said, gunning for that third spot. Stony Brook takes a loss here. I might put him in that fifth spot. Let's go ahead and take a look at the rosters. We're going to start with the Ohio State University. You know them, you love them. If you've been around, it's 2M2MC, Shalush, Five Fire, Ruler, and 5150 playing support today. That certainly throws a wrench into things, Alk.
I mean, look, 280 carries. You know, sometimes it's not just enough to have one. Now we need to have both of them. You know, some Callista Ash. Maybe we get some more of the double range bot lanes from these two. It'll be interesting to see. For folks at home who are maybe looking for a more substantive reason, Ohio State were kind of scrambling to pick up a roster for this week, especially due to the fact that it is currently approaching Lunar New Year. We're actually on the eve of the day of the celebration. So it's only going to be fair. Some of the students may have not been on campus at the time, so I'm glad that we do have a fielded roster for today, and I'm just excited whether or not it's going to be something that's going to be either Ohio State are going to look fondly on or are going to be kicking themselves at not being able to have, you know, a full powered lineup for them.
I'll tell you what, lanes should look pretty good because 5150 should know exactly what Ruler wants. You know, when you have an AD carry playing support, they know how it goes sometimes.
That's the hope here. And when we talk about OSU, every single time we bring up the Buckeyes, it is about Five Fire. I mean, not only statistically has he been kind of a standout for this team, he is the face of Ohio State esports right now when you think of the longevity of this club. And in general, I think when you look at Five Fire, he has carried a very long tenure himself as a mid laner outside of the program.
Yeah, it's been so long since his start, all the way back in 2018, his first foray into competitive, and has been on some great teams, as you may notice on the side there. You know, he was drafted by CLG when we had the scouting grounds.
Yeah,
that's a throwback. I feel old. My back hurts. But EG Academy, that team certainly took care of their academy system when they were running.
I think the important thing for fans who may not be familiar with these names is that for CLG and Evil Geniuses, these are two teams that were previously a part of the LCS, of playing in basically division in a tier 1 sense. So these were as close to him being able to play in terms of academy and having that experience of playing underneath some of the very best players and teams currently representing North America, and that organization at the bottom right, NoOrg, that was one of the most legendary amateur rosters of all time, taking down multiple academy teams, winning what is essentially a massive tournament between academy teams and amateur teams, and basically engraving his name in the history books when it comes to amateur and semi-professional play for League of Legends.
Historians, much like yourself, will never forget that time, and hopefully we'll be able to look back fondly on his time here in Division 1 for this team. A big reason why we think that Ohio State can see success against some of the teams that they're trying to punch up against has to do with Five Fire, the face that runs the place. We'll see if he can do it again today against this Stony Brook lineup that we have on the other side. It's Dancing with the BL in the top lane, Blick in the jungle, Yanahama Sila in the mid lane, the Chubby Pick and Keetong down on that bottom side.
Nothing changes much for Stony Brook. I was wondering what was going to actually happen with the mid lane position because they did have Vin previously, but for now it seems like Yanahama Sila is going to be starting. Still the same old Stony Brook in my mind, but we've changed out the jungler. Blake coming in, I think, has added some spice to this team. So I'm just wondering if they're going to really be able to harness the potential of this team. Because I think when we've talked about the Seawolves, it has been Chubby Pig. Can he be propped up to carry some of these games? And are we going to get vintage, I guess, supportive styles from specifically the mid lane, where Dancing with the BL, I think, has been mostly on carries and more of an individual in his lane.
Yeah, it is a bit of a weird setup for this team because Blake really enjoys playing Rek'Sai and, is a champion that you can't build tanky, you can't build carry on, but it does feel like it really depends on the game state, right? And I think if you're going in like that, it's very difficult to determine, okay, well, how do we want our draft to go? You just kind of need to smurf the game on Rek'Sai. He's got good players around him, though. This is a team that we have seen, again, they finished down in fourth. This is a team that can win games against teams like Ohio State University. They won last split 2-1.
That best of 3 was really wild for not just the regular season, but the playoffs that we saw. I was like, okay, OSU, they beat them in the regular season. Surely they can look good going into the post. And it kind of just crumbled, especially 2M2MC and Five Fire. It felt like we got into game states where they were behind. They had gotten focused very early on in their lanes. And then it kind of put a really bad damper on the end of their season. Not to mention that they also do have a bunch of seniors on this lineup for OSU. So kind of a last swan song for them as they go and graduate out of the program. They obviously want to pick up some silverware on the way out. It'd be nice for them to maybe even get a trophy in just beating up on Stony Brook and moving on towards the playoffs in a higher seed.
Yeah, I think if you can get that top 3, you could really consider this year a success. And as mentioned, a good farewell for some of these players. Now, talking gameplay-wise, we talked about how, hey, lane should go well for Ruler and 5150, right? Again, double 80 carry, know what you want. Listen, 5150's got a really tough assignment on the other side in Keetong.
What do you mean? Keetong's just going to play a normal game, and I want to see... Honestly, I know this is a bit of a call-out for this player, but I actually want to see Keetong spice it up a little bit. It has been a while since we've gotten his, funkier champions that we got at the very beginning of Div 1 last year, and enchanters are broken right now. So, I want to see more of his Soraka. I know that Karma is consistently banned against him almost every single game, so I want to see these kinds of champions pulled out for him because he is very clearly one of the most unique players that we have in the tournament, especially in support, and it feels like his class of champions that he likes to play, the Jannas, the Lulus, all of them are very much in vogue right now.
For those who may not know, Keetong also has big accomplishments competitively. He has been around for quite some time as well. Couple of NACL appearances over the years, has been challenger for many years and split straight. This guy is quite talented, so I like the call out for the spicier picks, especially because you can get away with that against some teams, right? It's going to be difficult to get away with that against your Winthrops and your Maryvilles, but against Ohio State University, you could make that happen, and it could be the breaker in this series.
It's just so key. I know we don't really have the schedules and all of the standings, but these two teams being so close to each other, and when you look at the competition that they've had so far, I think it's important to note that for Stony Brook, they've already played Winthrop Maryville, and they have St. Clair as the very last game of their season. A game win here today not only keeps them in the running for third, but also probably breaks that tiebreaker that they're going to be facing off against. I mean, OSU, they've played against Maryville. They have to play Winthrop after this. So there's a very real world where, again, like I said, this is the game that's going to decide the third place between these two teams. Now, that's obviously expecting St. Clair to probably end fourth, which I think is realistic for what has happened with that roster. But anything can change, and that team is currently 2-2.
Yeah, and it's not like the St. Clair rosters doesn't have good players on it, right? They themselves need to figure out an identity, and perhaps, we'll see that down the line with what's going on. Obviously, you've said some weird mid lane picks coming out of Maddie in an effort to win your series and make sure that you're trying to stay in that third spot and stave off this hungry Stony Brook team, this hungry Ohio State University team. I am a little sad that we're not getting the full rosters out here, that we're not seeing a Delight come in and play support. I do feel like that maybe Ohio State University is not going to be at what we consider full strength for this series. I was really hoping we'd get that, but I don't think it counts them out in the slightest.
For sure. It's just going to be something that they're going to look back on and kind of hope that they could do something, right? Like they're probably going to wish, if this ends up being the case where they don't have their full roster and they lose this series, it's going to be kind of cope, right? Because they're just going to say, well, we didn't have our full lineup. It's like, well, because you didn't have that, you lost what could be a very important game. Again, still waiting for other standings and the rest of the season to play out, but I have a very large feeling, or a very intense feeling, that this is going to be an important match for them to play out once we look back on the season. So we're going to be heading into draft. OSU with side select, they choose blue side here, and I'm interested to see what their first pick is going to be, because it is kind of telling as to what their priorities are going to look like. Again, we talked a lot about Firefire and his champion pool. What does Ruler and 5150 want to prioritize now that they're playing together?
Not only that, what are we going to get picked for Shalush? We haven't really talked about him a lot. Him and Firefire have created this really nice engine for the Buckeyes. I think that Shalush has really impressed at times. Obviously,
sure,
had that tough matchup against Maryville. Again, no shame in that, right? It's a team game after all when it comes down to it, but he's been so good on these facilitators. If you give him like a Jarvan, or if you give him a Jinzhao, he's just going to be able to get around the map and make things happen everywhere. Bard going to be the final band coming out of the Buckeyes. I think it's a really smart one.
Are they themselves really afraid of Keaton's pool? Maybe this is them trying to test or even try to draw out champions thanks to Fearless. I also want to fix a small mistake that I made. Stony Brook are considered the home team for today's game, so they got the first selection in terms of side select. They chose red side, so now it kind of swaps in my mind. What is their counter pick going to be? I hope it's for Dancing with the BL. We'll see. This does mean that Varus has made it through the draft, so it's going to be the first pick going in for OSU. You have plenty of options. I think Sivir has been one of Chubby Pig's best champions, and you compare this up with one of those enchanters we were talking about.
All right, well, we're going to see immediate Rek'Sai Slam coming out for Blick in the jungle. Not totally unexpected. It's going to be up to them to really dictate the pace of the game. When you are given your main, you need to show up. The Karma is going to be locked in as well. That should go over to Keatong down in the bot lane and break up this Varus pairing.
All right, so good enough poke. I think it also scares away a potential Nico coming on through for 5150, so I like the idea of it. Rek'Sai is flexible, but we're expecting that to go into the jungle here for Blake, so I'm kind of interested to see what exactly they're drawing out, because I think blinding Rek'Sai is very dangerous. However, OSU have not really provided very many answers into this. I mean, even the Jarvan can get knocked up mid conversion, and if Orianna or Varus don't have flash later on into a fight, Rek'Sai can actually provide some issues.
And it's not like you can really trap Blake either, because you just tunnel out of a Cataclysm if it comes down to it. We're going to see the Sivir get locked in here, so a lot of movement speed going to be coming through this Stony Brook team once we're at level 6. We're thinking Karma speed up, we're thinking Sivir speed up. I want to see in the second half champions that can take advantage. All
right, I like this though from Stony Brook. I think the Seawolves have a competent enough draft, Rek'Sai with an Enchanter can act like some of our other AD bruisers, like a Xin Zhao, like a Wukong. So Karma is good. It's just, are you going to be able to keep up with her? Because Rek'Sai has so much more mobility in comparison to a Karma. So that ability to be a little bit more flexible can hurt them. They have a lot of ways of being able to pull forward here for OSU. I think very important that they play their range. Obviously, Varus, Orianna, Jarvan, strong team fighters, but drawing battle lines and taking control of space is going to be very, very important for them. So when we see in the 4-5, the fact that Rumble has gone all the way through this draft is going to be a question for me.
And we'll see who ends up picking it up if they want to. Obviously, the Buckeyes would really like to have it. The Hot Pot combo is incredibly powerful. It would let the Seawolves itemize against magic resistance a little bit better. Yone is going to be the lock-in for Yanahama Sila, so there is some side lane kill potential.
Yeah, right now, side lane is kind of the avenue of attack here for Stony Brook. They might not be the best when it comes to team fights, but Yone is going to be really incredible, and Rek'Sai can kind of play to sides a little bit better. Even with a Sivir, that means Karma is allowed to be freed up. OSU, they pick up that Rumble that I was talking about, so this team fighting potential here for OSU, very clean. They have ways of starting engagements from different angles than maybe their opponents are expecting, but they need to be on top of the ball when it comes to objectives, because the minute that you give up gold on side lanes, which in this new season is very inflated, you're going to run into some really big issues. Sion is a stopgap measure to that, but I don't think you're really fixing some of those issues on, getting to these team fights.
Speaking of team fights, I am a little bit worried for Stony Brook here. I think it's going to take them a little while for this Sivir and this Yone to hit some of their power spikes, and if they elect to contest an objective, it seems pretty doomed, Alk. I'm not going to lie. The Ohio State University's team fight is crazy.
Yeah, as long as OSU have no flashes, a team fight is bread and butter here for Stony Brook. You have so many ways of getting a Rek'Sai on top of them. Having Yanahama Sila on a vintage Yone performance could be really good, but that is all predicated on them not having summoner spells. The moment you as Stony Brook are not playing 3 to 2.5 minutes before an objective and we're getting summoner spells out from our opponents, that's it. That's a really big issue, because you're not going to have time to probably set up for a Dragon or a Herald or a Grubs or even play for our side lanes if we're walking into a fight and we're never going to be able to land any of our spells if Orianna has Flash, if Varus has Flash. And Alistar also provides a much bigger problem for some of the melee-centric champions here.
Keep them out, ball delivery system. It's just the complete package for this sort of game for the Buckeyes. We are in a bit of a delay. We had a bit of a lobby issue. Not to worry. We're going to go ahead and take a break. And when we're back, we should hopefully be into game. It'll be game one between The Ohio State University and Stony Brook University. We will see you very soon.
At Ohio State, we are the agile, bold breakthrough teams. The never afraid to innovate teams. And the achieve more together teams. Together, we are the Ohio State University.
Stony Brook University is a place for daring. Daring to see where you can go when you follow your heart. Even when it leads outside your comfort zone. Daring to ask bigger questions. Who will I be? Where will I thrive? What is my legacy? At Stony Brook University, we dare to find answers to these questions every day. In the classroom, in the field, on the water. Even in the spark of a spontaneous moment. Daring to define your own path is not always easy, but it is always worth it. At Stony Brook, New York's flagship university, we are united by one simple truth: to be something more in this world. Start with daring to be true to yourself. Stony Brook University. Dare to be.
Snakes and ladders.
Welcome back, everybody, to Division 1 League of Legends. We are getting on to Summoner's Rift.
Welcome back,
Here
everybody,
we
to
are.
Division 1 League of Legends. We are getting
Ohio
on
State
to Summoner's
University
Rift.
Buckeyes.
Here we are.
And
Ohio State University
Stony Brook
Buckeyes.
Seawolves. I'm excited.
Oh yeah, I think it's going to be a ton of fun here, Yanni. Remember, this is essentially our battle for what is allegedly our third and fourth place spot yet again, happening between OSU and Stony Brook. So, who knows? Who knows what could happen? We got subs, we got some fun drafts, we've got a Rek'Sai in the jungle returning to her natural form.
Right, in her natural habitat. All right, so do you think that either Rek'Sai top is definitively better than Rek'Sai jungle, or do you think that they both have their place?
I think they have their place. I do think that Rek'Sai in the jungle is a little bit more nebulous, just because right now jungle is all about like how fast can you be in the jungle, can you farm really well. This is an insane trade.
Yeah.
Again, this is why I know I can tell immediately if we have real AD carry players in the lobby. Is if we can actually utilize Sivir's level 1. I feel like so many times people at home as well as casters kind of get it wrong about like, Sivir is super weak in the early game. That right there is a perfect example using her W of just ripping. And he wasn't even in the middle of a minion wave. Imagine if this was a situation where you have a minion wave next to him. You just clear the whole thing and you win the trade.
Listen, it's very hard to contend with any AD carry that has an auto attack reset at the beginning of the game. You could already see this pressure is oppressive right now, stifling Ruler in 5150. gonna have some problems, and we might be waiting on those two to make their impact known at level 6 onward.
Okay, so right now both junglers are heading down towards the bottom side of the map. I would say it's significantly easier for OSU to get a little bit more aggressive. You have a Jarvan and an Alistar. That combo by itself will at least be able to fish for one of the incoming summoner spells we had mentioned during the draft. However, to note is that the wave, at least for bottom lane, should be pushing back, if not on this wave, then the next one. And so I don't know if Jarvan will really have a timer here. You see that Chubby Pig and Keetong are just keeping this underneath the turret. If they don't find a recall soon, maybe this prompts Blake to actually go for an invade.
Well, hang on, 2M2MC is no longer overheated, and he's lighting up, dancing with the BL. It's first blood for Rumble.
Does he get it? That's a Grasp of the Undying proc. I guess that's good enough. I really wish Dancing at the BL would have just cleared this minion wave, because as is right now, it's going to slowly start to push away from him. You can see that ToomToomC's wave is going to hit there first. He's going to teleport back in to try to fix this situation, but it doesn't get much better. I mean, Jarvan's now going to reverse clear, go back up towards the top side because they have priority from the bottom lane. So it's a good look here for OSU. ToomToomC has been one of the more reliable carry players in the top lane, but I think Rumble has a really big job ahead of them for what the matchup is for the rest of the game.
Couple teleports being burnt everywhere, including the AD carry. Ruler was able to teleport back to the lane. He's only picked up a tier, so no extra combat power, and we'll be waiting a while before we'll be able to do much of anything. Shalush flag and dragging over the wall, trying to get into position to maybe gank Yanohama Sila from the chickens.
I could see it. I mean, Rek'Sai's top, they have no idea that Shalush is here. Also got the top side scuttle, so not going to be under too much pressure. Flash available here for ToomToomC, and they don't have a ton of vision.
Oh, what timing. Shalush realized, hey, it's time to go. Now, can we get to ToomToomC? Flashes toward his jungler. Shalush is here for the turnaround. Dancing with the BL has to flash away.
All in all, I would say this is slightly advantaged towards the Rumble, but that is only if Sion can continue to survive. Because if ToomToomC gets another recall in and maybe finds another kill, especially with level 6s coming on through, that could very easily turn into a very punishing trade. As Sila, wow, that is a single spell away from death.
Well, Shalush might get there, but Rek'Sai is spotting him out. Blake is going to get there with the knockup. Yanohama Sila's just kind of stuck on an island right now. Now we might have a battle over these chickens. Shalush and Blake do have both some of their smites up, and Shalush will be able to get the big one.
That's big. That's massive. I mean, in terms of the gold, it's going to feel really nice. No mana. Karma's here.
Yep, good roam from Keetong here, and Fire realizes he's dead, and they feed one over to Yanohama Sila.
That's a massive bailout here, because the Yone was really squeezing to try to get this last mid lane wave. You can also see that Fire, a single minion away from level 6. Didn't have a ton of mana, so I don't know if it really would have changed much, but the possibilities are endless here.
Alright, Equalizer went down. ToomToomC is walking up, dancing with the BL, has his ultimate, he's going to channel the Q and just go down.
Don't hit this wave. Thank you. Thank you, BL. The wave's going to come to you. You're going to spawn in 1 second here. You're just going to use the Unstoppable Onslaught, and you're going to get right back in the lane. You're probably going to miss at least 2 of these melee minions thanks to the turret, but not going to be under too much threat otherwise.
Yeah, he's holding the
That's
ultimate,
2.
it looks like.
That's 3.
4.
That's 4.
At least we get EXP for this one.
He still missed the other one as well, so he got the XP for 2 of those, but he has Cole. I think we should just use the ult, Mr.
I think
Sion,
so.
but we'll go over that in review.
Well, we'll see if we have a Scion Ultimate Impact used at some point before it would have come off cooldown. Currently, not going to need to do much with it here, as on the bottom side, Dragon going to be secured here by Stony Brook. Going to be a quick one. 6 minutes, 22 seconds into the game, so the stacking has started.
And I love this. They are the team that we're kind of propping up as if you can get to a later game, you have a lot more tools than your opponents. This is Poke Varus. If OSU don't get to fights first, they're going to lose out. So taking away a dragon is a huge win for them.
Dancing with the BL finds himself on the wrong side right now. He does have that ultimate. It
No,
got blocked by
no.
2MC. He waited too long, but the overheat will save the life of the Scion.
How is he supposed to get back to lane though? He has no teleport. He has no boot. He has a single brown bag sitting in his inventory. There's going to be another wave that he misses out on, probably a turret plate going over. So Rumble is just going to be massively accelerated. And Rumble is kind of the one shining spot on this draft right now, considering the fact that we're already down almost 20 CS and a plate and a half in the bottom lane to this Sivir. And you got a kill for your Yone early on. So things are already starting to look up here for Stony Brook, who also got the first dragon of the game.
Yep. Because of that, that's just one less avenue that the Buckeyes have to try and attack. You're going to have to wait around for the grubs, or I'll have to wait even longer for the next dragon. So things not ideal for the team that wants to fight, but there's certainly a lot of fighting going down on this top side. Equalizer getting dropped on Dancing with the BL as he burns very, very low.
Another wave he's going to miss. Thankfully, he has teleport. But this is... You're losing the Scion matchup a lot harder than you really are supposed to. Just a Sulfur and his W shield is massive. And I like that 2MC into this tank matchup, going for the first strike. Already has those 2 kills. He's going to be hitting his second and third item so much quicker.
Flashing forward, forces the flash out of 5150, but now they're really going after Ruler. He doesn't have that ultimate either. He's rooted up. Headbutt pulverized, but it just means death. It's a double kill for the Chubby Pig. Meanwhile, topside, Shaloosh escapes.
Now it's going to basically be, can Rumble do enough versus a Sivir and a Karma? Short answer from me is probably going to be no, because all of that damage that Rumble's going to put down, Sivir's going to run out of it. She's going to have a 600 HP shield thanks to the Karma. She's going to press barrier. She's going to press her spell shield. And that's kind of the end of the game. So I need to see OSU convert this lead that they're talking about. Y'all know how much silent like that.
Wave. Yeah, 5 fire. Smart move there. Blake flashes on top of him. Will be able to secure the kill. Shaloosh trying to catch up after the stun from 5150. So they're looking to pick up the pieces. The Cataclysm to prevent Blake from getting out of there.
All right, so they'll trade. Mid laners will both miss out on the wave. I think a fairly decent one coming on through. This is a very fun trade from Dancing with the BL.
Yeah, he's trying to get to this blast cone here. He should be able to, but he is going to find Shaloosh very quickly on the other side. We're flashing for these. Dancing with the BL will go down. Was it worth everything to him? 2MC lost. Hold that thought, because we have a Fate Sealed going on, and we are still fighting. 5 fire is a knock-up away from death. Yanahama Sila can't quite land there. 5 fires in melee range. He'll get the kill and manage to find a way out there. Meanwhile, Shaloosh getting shielded up as Blake does have that ultimate ready to go, but we'll keep it in the back pocket.
Maybe we have to invert my question then, Yanni. Maybe it isn't can Rumble carry. Maybe it's can the Sivir win this game. Because if my top side's exploded like this, Rumble's going to hit his quest before this Scion does. He's currently at 1100 right now.
He's just walking up on.
It's 1250, and Dancing with the BL's dead again!
He's dead! Dude, 2MC is putting in work. Look at his player picture right now. He is silencing Dancing with the BL.
He's just showing him who the real top father is, okay? Wow, he's very close. I mean, he's almost at 1250, which is the top lane completion quest, and then he's going to explode in terms of the experience. He's going to be almost 3 levels up on Scion.
We're fighting some more. Chubby Pig has been rooted up, and the arrow strikes true from Ruler. Cataclysm on Ketong as well as the rest of the team looks to get around. Blake will be able to ensure that no further assault is had on his support.
Well, that throws the win condition that I had set up for Stony Brook basically into the dirt. That is a great kill to find. I think a decent engage, and 5150 has actually been looking fairly on top of his mechanics and the looks that we have seen so far. We'll see how that develops continuing on through this series. But like trying to find anything right now to try to salvage the rest of the map at this point. TMC's completed that quest. He's 2 levels up on the Scion and is also squeezing turret plates out of this top lane. there's nothing I think that Stony Brook can really do. They need to have already been on this dragon, but they're now late from the reset.
Yep, and if they lose this dragon, it is so brutal. You have to really pick your poison. Do you want to fight this Buckeyes team that's so good at team fighting to try and secure your own objectives? They had an opportunity, but it will pass them by as the Seawolves will look longingly at that Ocean Dragon. Meanwhile, Yanahama Syla is just getting that work. Oh, it's the Flash Taser from 402 MC column.
Wow, he just dropped it on him like that. Just flash, harpoon, dead. I'll take my free kill. Thank you, Firefire, for the extra kill gold. But considering that top lane and mid lane are combined 1 and 8, their gold value is not going to be a lot. So I don't know if that was a very worthwhile flash. Definitely in terms of the style points, I'll give it to them.
They looked very, very cool. It's not looking so cool as this top side right now. 0-5-0, Balson's Law in full effect here for Dancing with the BL. We'll see if he's going to be able to find a way to make himself worth gold. As you saw just a moment ago, the gold on the screen very, very far behind. Grubbs picked up here for the Buckeyes. I'd imagine that 2M2MC is going to get good value out of this now.
Yeah, I also don't think that he's following the law very well. I'd actually find him maybe criminally liable with how much he is. He's literally half of his enemy opponent's top lane gold. That is an insane amount to already have at 13 minutes. This is not the quest that gives you more gold. That is the bottom lane right now. And I mean, we're a really fed Rumble. Rumble can do a lot of work here in this game. So as long as he gets this top lane turret, he is going to be under zero threat. I mean, he's 3 levels up on Dancing with the BL. Who,
yeah.
if real quick, he just finished his top lane quest at 14 minutes, which is not a very big gap. But every minute that you miss out on finishing the quest, that's less experience than you would have been gaining earlier on.
Yeah, it's just the gap getting wider with every single CS that they get and you don't. It is very difficult to overcome. For right now, things are a little bit more calm. We're still waiting on some objectives to come up. We're going to see Dragon in 3 minutes. Herald is going to come up shortly as well. Meanwhile, Fire getting ulted here. Blake is on top of him as well. Shockwave onto the 2 as he tries to get to Shaloosh. Flag and drag over the wall and the Cataclysm to make it a 1-for-1 in the end. But 51-50, a bit of an awkward spot. Chubby Pig's going to drop that on the hunt. And here comes Blake. Flash, double knock-up. And could this be the play that gets the Seawolves back in the game? 51-50 flashes under the turret. Alive for now. Ruler!
Ooh.
Gets shredded by the Chubby Pig.
That is a much needed play. Something that's going to make them feel even relatively safe here in this game is grabbing 2 kills and the summoner spells. We talked about it right before the draft. 2.5 minutes before an objective, I want to see summoner spells gone from OSU so that the Seawolves can have some kind of advantage. And that's exactly what ends up happening here. No summoner, no flash for Fire or for Ruler going into this next dragon fight. We're not close to any kind of Dragon Souls quite yet, but I think important for them if they're going to have any chance of coming back in this game.
And not only that, but the Chubby Pig still has his, so if Shaloosh targets him out, does have that quick escape route. We're seeing a lot of the Buckeyes members kind of hovering around this top side. We're just waiting on Shaloosh, essentially, to clear out his bottom side jungle. Blake going to make a play onto 2M2MC, but this pink ward's been up for quite some time. Meanwhile, 51-50 snuffs out this play.
Okay, so for now, just keeping them safe. Let's keep the tempo up. We need to keep finding members. 51-50 by himself. That's a great pick.
He's got no wall. He had to turn back around, and this Alistar is not very tanky. Rooted up and goes down.
All right, what else can we get? Are we going to be starting up the Herald? Doesn't seem like that's going to be the case. Maybe they want to go for Shaloosh.
It's a great buffer by Shaloosh to get away.
Can we get more, though? I want to see more here from Stony Brook. We cannot let this game get out of hand. Remember, side lanes was where we were going to find success, but with Rumble this far ahead, kind of throws it into question. Chubby Pig gets the first turret of the game here for Stony Brook, so some gold going into the much-needed pockets of this AD carry.
All things considered, not that bad, Ulk. It's only about a 500 gold deficit, you know, and this is a situation where if you're a Sivir, you're feeling quite good, and I think the Chubby Pig is leaving the space, looking at the map and saying, I can carry this game. It's just a matter of will you be able to. The only issue is that these objectives, again, hard to fight for. The Seawolves will give up this Herald.
That's really worrisome, Yanni. You just gave over 3 grubs and the
Oh my
Herald.
God.
We're going to make a pick
Look at this
again?
damage. Yes, 5150 is dead. The Chubby Pig hits so hard.
Nothing else happens, though. 5150 has now died twice in a row, and there's really nothing for them to grab. 5 fire. Come on, brother.
Coming to 5 fire. The root is going to come through as well. Good flash from Ketong. And the
Let's
fate
go.
sealed. It's Zonia's. Blake is on the wrong side of the tracks, and the Chubby Pig trying to free hit. He's got to flash away, and now the Cataclysm comes out. Dancing with the BL trying to help, but the Chubby Pig has nowhere to go, and the members are dropping. Dancing with the BL, getting lit up like he's been lit up all game. Double kill, triple kill for 2M2MC, and the Dragon for the Buckeyes on top.
I think the idea there from Ketong is great. You're flashing forward so you can keep the tether, keep that root down onto Orianna, and then look for the rest of the fight, but we cannot be overextending with this Sivir. The same criticisms I had for Karma trying to follow up Rek'Sai are the same ones I'm going to have for Sivir trying to keep up the Rek'Sai. We end up going way too far. OSU have time to be able to reset, get back onto the map thanks to those home guards, and they punish wildly. 3,000 gold back in their lead. They get the 3rd dragon of the game in their pockets, and now they come back onto the map. They get themselves kills, and they get more turret plates. So that's just going to kind of destroy all of this gold. Even the mid turret's going to fall.
Yep, this is a breakneck pace for the Buckeyes here. Turret gonna go down. Here comes Blake. We're also gonna Scion ultimate. They put him in the bounce house, and the bot lane of the Buckeyes falls.
I just don't think it matters right now. They need to be grabbing turrets. That is where essentially all of the gold in the game right now is all of these turret plates and the fact that you can play for turrets not just as a singular unit, but consistently chipping away at them.
Well, Shaloosh is right on top of the Chubby Pig. Doesn't have many places to go. It's a good spell shield. Flag and drag doesn't quite land. Chubby Pig getting big heals. Meanwhile, up in the top lane, 2M2MC stuck in a 2v1 for right now, but he's starting to heat up, and you know that means the damage is coming in hot and heavy. Void Rush means Blake is out of there, and 2M2MC will be shut down by Dancing with the BL.
That is a good shutdown to grab, especially on Scion, who is going to be unkillable this game otherwise. Started off the game basically 0-6, got a lot of jungle attention, rightly so, but lost his turret, got down a couple of levels there thanks to the top lane quest completion, but it seems like Stony Brook are starting to come back thanks to OSU's mid-game not being as clean. Some mistakes coming in, especially from 5150 dying a couple of times. It hasn't been without their own set of troubles here for the Seawolves, but we're getting an even game. That's what we expect from two teams that are so evenly matched historically here in Division 1.
And this is something that we saw the Buckeyes struggle with against Maryville last week, is that they could scrap, but the mid-game is where they struggled mightily. Obviously, the Seawolves are not Maryville, but still can present challenges, especially for, as you mentioned, this bot lane that has died on repeat a couple of times. Let's call it what it is. This is 5150 stepping in to play support. We didn't have amazingly high expectations. We knew that this was possible.
There we go.
And the Seawolves picking on 2M2MC once again.
Let's play the side lanes. Yone's been decent in this game. We get a pick on a Rumble. What are we resetting for? Is this an item completion? This looks like this is going to be Shield Bow done here for Yana Hamasaila. Okay, so 2 items now. Maybe we make a play onto this Orianna right now, because she has very little ward coverage in enemy jungle, and if she overextends, you can see right now that the mid jungle of Stony Brook are already making their way over. Thankfully, 5150 and the rest of OSU got some scryers down, they got some vision, they know that there are some members here on the top side.
We got Starax from Blake as well, as the gold lead is now dead even. All right, Seawolves really fighting back in this game. He's hung up a little bit too far. Cataclysm's going to go right on top of him. His flash is up. He'll flash out. Huge knockdown from Blake. Fate sealed. It only lands onto 1. But Ruler of 5 fire and everybody else have to run for the hills because Blake is tearing them apart. Meanwhile, 2M2MC is doing the same to that backline, but he's not nearly as tanky. He's going to go down and trade out Ketong. 3v3 for the moment. 5 fire. Low. Zonia's knock up. Knock away. 5150 and all the way from death and out. Shaloosh trying to front line. He'll flash away from the knock up, but the Chubby Pig is quite healthy. And it looks like the teams will go their separate ways.
Yeah, but every advantage that Stony Brook squeeze out of OSU, that is a good look for them. Yet again, I don't know why OSU are so blood hungry to try to kill Ketong in that brush there. You lose out massively. Again, we're going to be walking into a dragon with no flash on either Ruler or Firefire. Now, can they get back onto the map right now? Firefire is pushing that top wave, has teleport available to himself, and Dancing in the BL will pick up this wave and will have to push it in response. I'm looking at the rest of the map right now, and I like where OSU are standing. It's just whether or not this Rek'Sai will be able to properly punish some of the positioning errors we have seen.
Feels like in the next 40 seconds, that is Stony Brook's way to get back into the game. Ketong might be walking up a little bit too far. It's a good ward. The Chubby Pig has his flash back up. She's able to get out of any Cataclysm.
It's all about Rek'Sai in this game. Rek'Sai has been probably the most important member alongside this Sivir. They are giving over complete control of the ramp going into the river here.
Okay, Shaloosh so on the wrong side, fighting over blue buff. It's secured by the Buckeyes. Blake is a level down for the moment, but is still incredibly powerful.
Ketong is level 10. Trying to look at support experience right now because level 11 is pretty meaningful. Getting that second point into your ult is very fun for Karma. Smile.
Okay, Shaloosh gets in there. Shockwave lands. Yanahama Silas evaporated. Teleport coming in. Scion's going to land in the middle of everybody. It's a 5v4. Just need to protect the Chubby Pig for right now. He's just trying to fight front to back, but Blake will go down. The Chubby Pig gets knocked up. The root is there. He's desperately trying to get away, but he's got no summoners left, and he's got no health left. Dancing with the BL can't hold the front line. Ketong knocked up, taken down. It's a triple kill for Ruler, and it's an ace for the Buckeyes.
Another fight where we get caught out on trying to transition between jungle into the mid lane. Good punish there from OSU. Turns into an ace, and they're not going to care about the dragon. They're just going to go straight towards the Baron. I do think that unless we see multiple turrets getting taken down here, this is a slight error. Baron obviously had a lot of its gold and its value taken out of the objective, and it is just simply much harder to take this season. So let's see what they can do. This will open up a small window here for Stony Brook with the Hextech portals to get right back onto the map and potentially contest for this dragon. I want to see them take turrets, man. Let's not fight over an objective. Baron is not an objective fighting buff. It is for us to slam turrets and get a lot of gold in our back pockets because of it.
Now let's see if Stony Brook recognizes that. It looks like the Buckeyes will start this up. The mere presence is enough, but that means the Cataclysm goes down. Blake able to find a way out. Chains of Corruption going down, and that means Ketong is dead. Chubby Pig all alone. Equalizer on top of him, slowed up, knocked up, taken down. It's Firefire. Meanwhile, on the backside, Yanahama Silo looking for Ruler, but can't quite close him out, and the Buckeyes slam the door shut on the Seawolves.
I don't want to blame it all on Dancing with the BL, but I feel like this game would be so much easier to play if Rumble was not an insane mega beast here in this game. Even just completely roasting Yanahama Silo alive. It doesn't matter. Fate Unbound, you're already dead at this point. Baron's still going to be taken. They're going to take the mid tier 2 and the bottom lane tier 1 thanks to Orianna pushing this. And guess what? They're still getting the Dragon time. Like, everything's going their way. They've had a couple of hiccups here in this one, but still very, very good game coming on through for the Ohio State.
Couldn't agree more, Alk. They just need to clean up some of that mid game, and that will come with time and practice. As mentioned, Fire finally picking up that bottom side turret, so it's a near 7,000 gold lead for the Buckeyes in 4.5 minutes. If this game gets to that point, they will have a Hextech Soul, which will make it almost impossible for the game to be played for the Seawolves. Chubby Pig just barely able to escape, still flashless for about 2 more minutes.
This game has gone from incredibly tough to nearly impossible. We talked a lot that Sivir, with her short range, is going to be under a lot of threat thanks to just having an Orianna and a Jarvan on top of you. The Alistar as well, I think a great thematic counter there, but Chubby Pig is kind of the only way I can really see them coming out of this.
All right, Dancing with the BL lands between many members. Chubby Pig able to walk out for the moment. Shaloosh with the flash.
Oh my god!
So much damage! 5 fire followed up by Ruler, knockups everywhere, and you knock down Stony Brook. Blake will fall, and that is the exclamation point on a great game one from the Buckeyes.
I mean, that's actually just an end here for this game number one. OSU, from the laning phase onward, felt like they were in complete control of this game number one, and they want nothing to do with getting close to Stony Brook's scoreline currently in the standings.
Even when the gold got evened up, you always felt like the Buckeyes were inevitable. This team fight comp just too difficult for Stony Brook to continuously avoid. 6-0 and 20 for Shalush on the Jarvan.
Wow. An incredible performance, and then even Toom2MC, I think a very, very strong performance on the Rumble. We asked, hey, where is Rumble in the draft? Because Toom2MC, known to play carries. I think it is a very dangerous question to give to your opponents of, what answers are you going to have? Hey, we're going to play a tank top lane. We're going to try to utilize this Rumble flex. Honestly, we probably could have just kept the Rumble in top lane. Rumble into, or sorry, the Rek'Sai into top lane. Because the Rumble is not all that good at dealing with a champion that gets on top of him very well. But we got to see there that he got completely blasted. And that became more problematic as the game went on.
Very concerned for Stony Brook if Dancing with the BL has another game like that, but you know, for all we talk about, we talked about, oh, Shalush and 5 Fire, two of the better performing teams. Oh, we've got 5150 subbing support. We forgot about 2M2MC, and 2M2MC gave us something to talk about this game. Alk, we'll see if he's able to do so in the next game. We're going to go ahead and go to break, and when we return, the Ohio State University looking to close out on a 2-0 on Stony Brook. We'll see if Stony Brook can fight back.
At Ohio State, we are the agile, bold breakthrough teams. The never afraid to innovate teams. And the achieve more together teams. Together, we are the Ohio State University.
Stony Brook University is a place for daring. Daring to see where you can go when you follow your heart. Even when it leads outside your comfort zone. Daring to ask bigger questions. Who will I be? Where will I thrive? What is my legacy? At Stony Brook University, we dare to find answers to these questions every day. In the classroom, in the field, on the water. Even in the spark of a spontaneous moment. Daring to define your own path is not always easy, but it is always worth it. At Stony Brook, New York's flagship university, we are united by one simple truth: to be something more in this world. Start with daring to be true to yourself. Stony Brook University. Dare to be.
Why's it always seem like I'm moving backwards? Caught up in a dream, everybody's actors. Why's it always seem like people change faces and nothing is real? Oh yeah. And you know I've seen better days. Yeah, you know I've been through some things. Yeah, I've been sending prayers through the roof. Oh, truth. Yeah. Don't need all the answers, just tell me what life is for. One day I'ma wake up with a reaper at the door. Don't need all the answers, just say anything at all. I've been praying for a minute, I've been waiting on your call. Oh, don't need all the answers, just tell me what life is for. One day I'ma wake up with a reaper at the door. Don't need all the answers, just say anything at all. I've been praying for a minute, I've been waiting on your call. Oh, I've been waiting on your call. Oh, yeah. I've been waiting on your call. Oh, I've been waiting on your call. Oh, I've been praying for a minute, I've been waiting on your call. Oh, I've been waiting on your call. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I've been so patient with you, don't you know? I've been so down with you, and you know it. You never come around, and I show it. Just give me one chance right now, and I won't blow it. I won't blow it. Oh. And you know I've seen better days. Yeah, you know I've been through some things. Yeah, I've been sending prayers through the roof. Oh, truth. Yeah. Don't need all the answers, just tell me what life is for. One day I'ma wake up with a reaper at the door. Don't need all the answers, just say anything at all. I've been praying for a minute, I've been waiting on your call. Oh, don't need all the answers, just tell me what life is for. One day I'ma wake up with a reaper at the door. Don't need all the answers, just say anything at all. I've been praying for a minute, I've been waiting on your call. Oh, I've been waiting on you, yeah. I've been waiting on your call. Oh, I've been waiting on your call. Been waiting on your call right now. I wanna hear your voice somehow, yeah. I've been waiting on your call. Oh.
Hey, let's get connected. Connected. Let me be the calm when it get hectic. Let me be the one knowing you left it. Connected. Let's just hit the plug and get connected. Feel it through your body, don't want my leg.
If you feel the way I do, go make your move. 'Cause I need you to help me for the night. So feel the way I do, go make your move. 'Cause I need you.
recognize the dark in you perfection. Can't wait to make you my selection. North side, let's get connected. West side, let's get connected. East side, let's get connected. South side, let's get connected. Worldwide, let's get connected. Local side, let's get connected. Online, let's disconnect it. Offline, let's get connected.
Let's get connected. The way I do. 'Cause I need you to help me for the night too. The way I do. 'Cause I need you to.
I know too. North side, let's get connected. West side, let's get connected. East side, let's get connected. South side, let's get connected. Worldwide, let's get connected. Local side, let's get connected. Online, let's disconnect it. Offline, let's get connected.
Eu não sei quando parar. Só quando você voltar.
Welcome back, everybody, to Division One League of Legends with the Ohio State University taking a Game 1 win over the Stony Brook University Seawolves. It was back and forth at the beginning of the game, but then Ohio State, that team fight comp, that top lane did a lot.
I mean, it really was like, oh, we were kind of worried here for Ohio State, and then top lane died, and then top lane died, and then top lane died another 3 times. And then mid lane died a couple of times. Like, it wasn't great coming in from the top side of the map. I feel bad because Chubby Pig is sitting there like, guys, I'm 20 CS up in my Sivir versus Varus matchup. We're gonna scale. Give me time to play, and we're gonna get to side lanes, and we're gonna be a good enough team, a good enough a good set enough champions that even if we might have a small disadvantage when it comes to objectives, we should be fine. And then he presses tap at 15 minutes, and he's probably down like 2,000 gold across his team. It doesn't feel great when you look at his individual lead.
It definitely feels like an average solo queue experience for me. Hopefully in this game, his team will be able to pick it up a little bit. Dancing with the BL needs to not die multiple times in lane. There's not really too much more to say, honestly. I think that everybody else could have slowed the pace down a little bit, but we're going to get new comps. Obviously, Blake is not going to be on this Rek'Sai anymore, so we'll see what happens as we get ready to head into the draft.
I just want to see... The problems that I saw with Stony Brook in this first game don't feel like they're going to be fixed by a single draft. We're running forward versus when our Sivir, the main carry of our team, can't really follow up. That's a big problem for me. So we'll see what else OSU are going to be banning. It is with Stony Brook going back to the red side again, 2 games in a row here. They had side select, and now both times they have chosen red side. Bans looking the same. I think Jace is a very good shout when you think about what 2M2MC has been wanting to do in top lane for the better part of 8 months now.
Yep, just playing those carries. And, you know, you make a great point about maybe Stony Brook's not going to be able to solve their issues in this individual game. That first dragon, literally fantastic. I think that they really understood their game plan early on in the game, but it felt like when things started to not go their way, they got away from what should be working for them. So I think I want to see them draft a plan and stick to it this time around. We're getting a Belveth ban, clearly targeting out Shalush there, trying to keep him off some of these carries, but he will play Jin Zhao if he has the opportunity to.
Xin Zhao, Wukong, you still have Malphite here in some of these drafts, so I don't think there's any kind of worry there. You also have Mbessa, which is a flexible champion. With Renekton ban, to me, that should be one of the first couple of champions we're picking up. If not them, then does Fire have a mean enough rise that we've seen? Maybe. Could also pick up Corki if we're really feeling it. There is the win now coming on through.
Compare it with almost anything. You know, we'll see if we even get a Galio in this game. Doesn't really feel like the style that the Buckeyes would want to play. So perhaps we are just linking up a strong mid laner here. Victor is going to be the pickup here. And certainly Victor can definitely get exposed with a good pick from Fire.
Yeah, there's plenty of champions here. You can honestly just go for the Hui immediately. It's a little problematic when you have a Wukong next to it, but I think you're totally okay with having a Xin Zhao in trade and still gives him the upfront damage that he would want. If he wants to go for more early skirmishing, you can pick Silas. We're going for the Azir instead. This is a very tried and true duo. Good skirmishing in the mid game, good range as well. Not just the Azir's range in his autos, but also having the ability to actually pull off team fights versus his opponents. So I'm liking this start here, and we're getting the Mbessa. What counters does Dancing of the BL have? Are you going to pick Yorick? No, because it's banned. Can you play Rumble or Scion? Guess what? That's also fearlessly banned out of this.
We're playing Gwen.
We're playing
We
Gwen.
are throwing down the gauntlet. So I thought maybe we'd play something a little defensive here, but instead we are going to try and stop the Mbessa by being stronger. Second half of bans. I'd really like to see the Buckeyes ban out a Poppy because it feels like it would be very difficult for them to play into.
That's not good. Yeah, Gwen is okay in the lane. She actually seems like she's more of a slightly more lane dominant champion, especially with a power spike on 6. But Mbessa, as long as you can just survive some of the early trades, you're going to be fairly fine in this matchup. You'll probably lose the push versus the Gwen. So now I need to see either a kind of a strong engage-centric bottom lane that's going to maybe apply some crowd control. I'm thinking of Jhin, but Jhin stylistically doesn't feel like it fits for what Stony Brook want to do, which is put Chubby Pig on massive hyper carries.
That's so difficult. Where's your utility going to come from then? Listen, if you're going to draft like this, then Chubby Pig's got to put the Jhin in the bag. I really don't think there's another way, unless you want to play Ashe. Instead, we're going to get Corki coming through here, so again, overloading on damage, but how do we hold it together?
I could see a Nautilus here from Ketong. It depends on what 5150 and Ruler are going to play in bottom lane. You could just play Ashe Seraphine. We've seen that as a combo. Good enough, especially with applying Chanters to a Xin Zhao and an Mbessa. But if you just need straight up more engage, I'm fine with just taking Nautilus or Leona ourselves here. You know generally that they're going to have to pick something here. I like this as an answer. You're kind of throwing the gauntlet over to Stony Brook. If you pick an Enchanter, you will have no engage and you will lose this game. But if you pick Nautilus, you're going to lose the lane anyway. If you pick Nami, you have a very high risk of making this bot lane incredibly volatile.
Well, they do lock in the Nami, so as long as 5150 can provide proper protection for Ruler, you can mitigate a lot of this damage with your shield. Obviously, later on in the game, it's going to be so difficult for Blake and Yanaha and Dancing with the BL to fight through. I'm imagining these glacial fissures are going to do so much. Hulk, how does Stony Brook get their composition from this early game of jungle bot lane to the late game of Victor Gwen?
Well, part of that is you don't lose top lane. So that's going to hopefully be the expectation we should have here for Dancing with the BL. Generally, what I would like to see is that because we have a double range bot lane, we are getting priority for the early dragons. We are winning the early skirmishes so that Corki's 2-item power spike can be enhanced or slightly a little bit faster than his opponents. Again, role quest, a lot of gold in the game just in general. So I want to see them play around the priority of this bot lane to enhance the rest of the map available to them.
All right. We will see if the Sea Wolves can get it done as we're into the game, a minute in already. And Yamaha Asile is already at half HP. And he's got no flash.
And he's got no flash versus Zhao. Can we potentially remake? Can I ask the production team, because this is not going well. This is already bad. I've been told
We have been
no.
denied.
Yeah. All right. Well, if that's the case, then production, we can go ahead and start getting our next series warmed up. You know, let's get those guys into the lobby.
Give them a chance.
We'll be out of this one in a jiffy.
Give them a chance, Hulk. We're already seeing 2MC force the flash away. So Dancing with the BL coming back with the fire. Speaking of, he's got Ignite too.
He's got the Ignite. He has opted for Electrocute here in this matchup. Just wants to go for short range, which I think is good versus Gwen. You get into an extended one, and that 1,000 cuts passive becomes really, really dangerous. Xin Zhao going for 3 camps into bot lane.
Flash Q. Oh, this is perfect. Keitong didn't get slowed up, but Shalush is on top of him. Flash for the stun, and Keitong gets knocked up and taken down for first blood over to Rule.
It's so dangerous to go for early ganks like this because if you don't get anything, the enemy jungler is going to stay ahead of you in tempo and clearing their camps. However, Shalush, that's a very expensive trade. Yes, it was onto Keitong, but that was all 3 flashes from Shalush, Ruler, and 5150. They're going to be able to crash this wave, thankfully for them, and that is the big problem in my mind when you play Nami into Braum. If they ever land a concussive blows, that's a kill threat onto you. You are not a champion that has a ton of mobility, and you have to land a fairly slow bubble if you want anything to happen against them. So a great early opener coming on through for OSU.
Yeah, nice aggressive look from 5150. During that time, Blake elected to skip his blue to show up bot, maybe make something happen. Wasn't able to do so, so he's going to have to go pick up the crab and then head to blue. And put him back a little bit longer, and now he's spotted out too, so they're well aware of what's going on there.
What else can I get? What else can I see from you, Stony Brook? Because right now, I'm worried. I'm worried that you might end up being a 5th or 6th place team going into playoffs in a few weeks' time. By fire.
Yeah, Yanahama Sila
No flash.
is caught. No flash. He's dead. It's a kill for 5 fire. Shalush is all around the map right now.
That's great. Good job here from OSU. Let's get Shalush opened up early. He even skips his blue buff to make that happen. Gets his mid laner recall as well as a kill. I think Shalush is currently pulling off a lot of the much needed work that a jungler like him is going to have to pull in this game.
Yeah, especially being able to get your Azir kill pre-6. That's not exactly the easiest thing to do. Azir not known for providing CC pre-6. So really fantastic stuff. Made it look easy. 5 Fire's got this big lead. 2MC's got this lead in the top side. Already feels like it's going to be very difficult for Stony Brook to get to this late game.
So, let's talk a little bit about this. I'm gonna have to hold. Shalush is again in mid lane.
Yep, and Yanahama Sila is again without flash, and he cannot. Okay, he can. I thought that maybe was not going to be able to escape, but he is going to be forced to remain on low HP, sentenced to stay in lane.
That's the worst punishment you can have as a mid laner, or really any laner, is, ah, crap, I can't recall here, because I don't have teleport, and if I take a recall, I'm backing for nothing, and I'm going to lose everything.
Oh my god,
Shalush, man.
Mr. Worldwide, Mr. 305 down in the bot lane here. We're going to set our sights on Keitong, And that is going to be another one going over to Ruler.
And this is perfect timing. I mean, this wave, they can push this. Yana Hamasila dies anyway in mid lane.
Oh,
Yanni, you said I was a little too hasty. You said I was a little too brash for calling the game over. We'll see if Blake has anything to say in response, but nothing is able to be found by the jungler of Stony Brook University. And the Seawolves just look out of it. They look like they really haven't... And they're not the team that came with a substitute in their lineup for today. They were not the team that we were thinking might not even play, might have to take a reschedule or even an FF. OSU are the ones that are completely smashing them here in this game.
my donation to the Dimitri is Always Right Foundation will be coming in
you.
after this game.
Thank you.
I'm sorry for doubting you, my friend. Not even 6 minutes into this game, the Buckeyes have nearly a 2,000 gold lead. Oh, and by the way, for all the late game we've talked about out of the Seawolves, the Buckeyes themselves have a little bit with this Azir, who's already 2-0.
Look, everybody has to pay the toll, okay? You know, my partner has to pay the toll. Ice and Slade both have to pay their toll very regularly, while showing up on the show. Dancing with the BL, great solo kill.
It's good. Yes, this is exactly what we were looking for to Dancing with the BL this game. How poetic would it be, though, if Dancing with the BL is the one with the good game and everybody else on the side of Stony Brook is, you know, gets run over, right? It would be so unfortunate.
Then that would mean that he had an okay day, because you averaged it out. If it was a 2-0, it's like, okay, I had a good game, I had a bad game, so cut it down the middle. I played out of 5 out of 10 today. You know?
Yeah, and you know what?
Yeah.
We could say that Stony Brook went 2-1 if they lose 2-0 in that case, right? Some people.
I don't
had
think
good
that's
games
going to
in
be
the first
reflected
game.
in the standings. I think we're going to have to work on the math on that one, Yanni. But we'll come back to that. Again,
Okay.
I will give them benefit of the doubt. There's still League of Legends, yet there's still a Nexus that is standing on either side.
Yeah.
So until it explodes, it's not over. But for what the game is right now, for the fact that I wanted to see some early game played around this bot lane from Stony Brook, Salush has done everything that he's needed to cut that from underneath them. And now they're trying to contest a dragon where their mid lane can't even contest. Looks like we're not going for dragon anymore.
Sila, he gets served up, will flash over the wall, but Shalush will follow. Blake is going to head down to the bottom lane here. Double knockup coming through as well. Ruler's going to
This is
flash away.
fake, man.
5150 will flash away from the bubble. They need to close out on a kill here. Do
Ruler?
the Seawolves. Ruler stepped up, drops the arrow down. The big one to the face with the flash. Will be able to pick up the kill, and Five Fire and Shalush have shown up to make this a 3v3. Chubby Pig getting the barrier out here, but the turnaround
Wait.
is there. It's a shutdown for Blake. Five Fire goes down. It's a shutdown for Corky, and 5150 is on the wrong side of the map. Blake's going to be picking this one up too, and all of a sudden the Seawolves are back.
Why the hell is Ruler clicking forward there? What? Like, what? I'm in complete shock right now, because there's no reason for my Ashe to be walking forward into melee range of the Corki after flashing out of the fight. That should have been at least 2 members going down. Yana Masila dies in mid lane again. And from there, I think you're willing to say, look, we got them off the dragon. Maybe Braum dies, we'll leave them. But OSU, whether it is a very cavalier approach to maybe trying to salvage whatever that fight was, end up giving Stony Brook massive gold in return. Blight gets kills. You gave over shutdowns to Chubby Pig early on, who has consistently been the carry for this team. That is a big mistake for OSU.
Shout out to Stony Brook for putting my donation on hold to your foundation
Bruh,
and maybe
no,
keeping a little
no
bit more
refunds, no
money back
refunds.
on my pocket. 1,000 gold lead though for Five Fire. Despite the fact that his team is down, that is massive. And while that bottom lane play did not work out, the Azir is only going to get stronger. The question is, will Five Fire be online before Yana Hamasila and Dancing with the BL?
Unlike League of Legends, my pockets do not have objective bounties, okay? So you will not get any recompense for rifling through them, okay? There's that
Damn.
dragon being started. Again, it really sucks for the Ohio State, the fact that they lost that fight around the bottom side, but at the end of the day, while it equalizes the gold, it means that they get to be the ones on the dragon first, which cuts out, again, that big scaling advantage we wanted to see.
Public execution, Dancing with the BL is dead. 2MC gets his lick back. Meanwhile, down on the bottom side, Hitong is forced to flash from the Enchanted Crystal Arrow.
They get the dragon. They get to move into their bottom side jungle, basically uninhibited. Shaloosh also kept up in farm, by the way, by picking up this dragon. He's probably, if we were to take away that objective, about a camp or two down at this point. But he has been on top of his camps, and he's actually on track to finish his jungle item and his jungle quest sooner than his opponent. So that just means, in my mind, by most metrics you would measure junglers by, he is performing a hell of a lot better than Blake.
1v1 between Five Fire and Yamaha Sila, but Blake is going to get here first. Shaloosh here on the backup. The knockup is there on the cycle, but the knock away means that Five Fire lives for the moment. A second cycle, though, and Shaloosh is losing HP rapidly. He tags Yamaha Sila and takes him down. Shaloosh trying to kite back to Five Fire, and Blake says, I will step away from this fight.
Why did Yamaha Sila step back up, man? Just take your recall, teleport back in a minute, and catch this wave, brother. Firefire is going to stay on the minion wave. He's going to stay and push this one out, get gold for himself. I loved the mechanics we saw there from Shaloosh. He doesn't hit the Wukong so that he can use his ultimate to push him out from hitting his Azir. If he had hit them and applied the challenge debuff onto him, he wouldn't have moved, and that would have been a kill onto the Azir. Beautiful performance here from Shaloosh in this game number 2.
Yeah, this is why I've been so high on this guy. I think he's played so incredibly well here in Division 1 and is really rising to the occasion in a lot of these matches. Obviously, his last game did not die once. Hold that thought as Yamaha Sila is under fire once again, and Keetong cannot save him. Blake has taken 2 grubs. 2M2MC is here. Won't be able to put himself on the right side of the blast cone.
Perfect transition when it comes to pressure. Mid lane, you gank him, you take him down, he teleports back in, he dies again. Now you always have priority going into the Herald or the Grubs. You get at least one of them there, and you get to steal some respawn Raptors. This is a jungler's complete dream, and for Blake, it's a nightmare because now Wukong, down a level, has to fight with potentially Azir even walking over.
And he can't secure his own red buff. He's shoved out of his own jungle. And now you're starting to drop camps, and when you're dropping camps, you know the game has gone very, very poorly. We're only 12.5 minutes in. The gold lead is still even, but it feels like the Buckeyes are in total control.
The gold is only even because of Chubby Pig right now. You see, they've taken most of these turret plates in the bottom lane. Also, yet again, has a CS advantage into Ruler. But aside from that, it's kind of just... You had asked, how are we going to get to a late game scenario where Stony Brook feel comfortable? It is trying to make sure that this Corki is strong, but everywhere else is so incredibly behind the power curve that you don't get to play these fights. There's potentially a fight.
Oh, hold on. Yeah. Yamaha Sila cannot flash the auto. Meanwhile, Blake down on the bottom side with the Cyclone means that the Chubby Pig picks up 2.
It might feel like I'm stepping on your toes here, Yanni, but when I said there was a fight, I was really looking at the Wukong preparing to gank bottom lane. I didn't think Yamaha Sila was going to send it for that mid lane wave, but...
I didn't think so either.
Yeah, here we are, another turret plate going over to the Azir, and yeah, it is not the solo lane's day. Last game it was dancing at the BL, now it's Yamaha Sila. Bot lane doing well, but Corki isn't a big hyper carry. You have the range, I need to see you use it now. Can we get a good enough setup with Blake, who has not died yet in this game on this Wukong, and a bottom lane pair that has some explosive elements to it?
Well, 45 seconds is going to be the next opportunity for Stony Brook. It's when this dragon is up, you can already see Chubby Pig and Keetong shifting into the mid lane here, trying to leverage the strength that they have. Even when 50-150 blocks a big one, it still does a decent amount of damage. Blake is going to finish up his top side, head down. We'll see if Shaloosh is going to be able to make a play here in the mid lane first. Keetong up a little bit too far. He's forced to flash away and becomes lightning. Does not land.
Okay, but they have so much pressure. Like this, I know we're talking a lot about the jungle here, but this Xin Zhao is near unkillable in this state.
Yeah.
Right now. He walks up and you're like, okay, wherever he wants to be, he gets to be. This is a level 11 Azir, by the way. There's a 2-level difference in mid. and he already has completed his Nashor's Tooth. That is disgusting. He's starting up the Dragon, and look at how OSU are playing. High up on the mid wave, draw SBU away from this river, and they have no reason to ever contest. This second Dragon going freely over to the Buckeyes.
Yep, 5150 doing well to make sure he's not the one getting caught up here as this Dragon is secured. Shalush is going to walk forward, tags Blake. 5150 down to half HP. It doesn't look like Stony Brook wants this fight.
They don't want any smoke. They
Nope.
want 0 wins here in this game. Like, you basically lose every fight you take at this point. So it's a tough look for Stony Brook, but for the Buckeyes and for OSU, you are feeling incredible in this game. You're going to be looking to try to force a 2-0 position here in this game. And going forward, again, it's not like their season gets any easier, but you're going to be playing against Winthrop, Utah, and West Virginia. If you can take 2 wins out of that, suddenly you end the season at 6-2, 6-2. That's pretty good.
Definitely not a bad record to finish up on. Chubby Pig shoving up on this mid-wave yet again. Is going to get stunned this time around. Meanwhile, Blake on top of Shalush trying to keep him away. But he flashed in a straight line. The Chubby Pig got tagged by the ECA. And Fire flashes in and knocks them all up. The Chubby Pig escapes on a sliver, but Yanahama Sila's not so lucky. Neither is Blake as they fall under the pressure of the Emperor of the Sands.
And there's even a solo kill on the top side. OSU came to play even with subs. Congratulations on the win here, OSU. A dominant one as they have both Dragons, and they're going to continue to push on 2 lanes. Gold is going to explode now. All of these plates in mid lane and the top tier 2. Just an incredibly well-played game from the mid-jungle of OSU. We had a lot of praise here for Fire, but Shalush, like you had mentioned, coming into his own and is really starting to light a fire under some of the other junglers here in the league.
It always felt like if Fire had another member of the team playing at a level similar to his, that this OSU team could find another gear, and it's Shalush. This is the gear that they have found. A team that they finished below last split. This time around, dominating in many phases of the game. We still have a Rift Herald up on the map. The Chubby Pig is getting close to this Muramana getting completed. I don't know if that's enough to turn it around, but you have to hang your hat on something as Ketong has gotten caught. The flash from Shalush means that one's going to be easy pickings. The knockaway is there. Dancing with the BL can't find a way in. We have a teleport coming in on the backside here. It is 2M2MC as the rest of Stony Brook is forced away.
I feel so bad for Yana Hamasila because everywhere he stands, he just dies. He got solo killed on the side lane play here by the Azir. Now Azir gets an entire turret for themselves, and it's not like this gets much easier for Stony Brook here in this game. You already are so far behind in terms of where the game is at, some of the gold that we're starting to see, and then the scaling elements of the Ohio State's draft just are going to get better with time. So they're going to grab what is apparently going to be at least a plate in bottom side, probably not much more now that Victor has committed the teleport, but a Scuttle, a Herald. There is a massive gap that is starting to appear in this game, just across the lanes.
Dancing with the BL using his ultimate to try to force away to him to MC, but he's full level down. Shalush is up here as well, trying to cover his top laner. Enchanted Crystal Arrow doesn't land, but Shalush well timed. His top laner will fall though. It ends up being a 1-for-1. The Chubby Pig getting a shutdown.
You say it's a 1-for-1. Please look at the Yana Hamasila dead again in the bot lane here.
Oh my goodness.
Yep, he just walked back to lane, dead again. So another turret is going to fall. That's one in top side. Azir is going to get this tier 1. Almost feels like OSU can do very little wrong. However, consistently we have been shown that Stony Brook do have ways of killing members. It's just very costly, and at this point in the game, it is maybe a little too much in terms of how much you have to put into getting 1 or 3 members of the Buckeyes. Turret being taken here, this sets up incredibly well for the Dragon, which would put OSU on sole point here in this game.
Feels almost impossible for Stony Brook to try and prevent this Dragon from going the way of the Buckeyes, and Even in 5 more minutes after that, it feels like it's going to be difficult for them to stop a soul. And once that soul happens, it doesn't matter how good your solo laners can be in a late game scenario if you never get to the late game. We are just crossing the 20-minute mark in this game. Checking in on items, we have Azir with a Dusk and Dawn. I have not seen that one quite yet, but 2 items pretty much across the board from everyone on the Buckeyes.
I really do think he'd just be clicking items in that shop. There is no way that... I'm looking this up now, because there's no way that Dusk and Dawn is good on Azir. There is no on-hit passive that I could see that you would want.
Well, while you're doing that, Shaloosh goes and picks up the dragon. Let's see if Stony Brook wants a fight. I would say no. Stony Brook also say no, as they're down 4,000 gold. Though the one shining light has been the Chubby Pig at 5-0-1 with 3 items. The rest of his team can't be strong enough to stand and fight. All the items in the world won't matter.
So I'm looking at it for Azir currently on this patch, and I'm kind of, this is global. I'll try to use Diamond, but I have a feeling it's gonna make the numbers a little too small. There are currently about 4,000 games of Azir with Nashers into Shadow Flame. There are 700 at Dusk and Dawn second item. It is a very marginal increase, 51.24 versus 51.42, which is honestly meaningless when you think about the grand scheme of statistics. So,
And this
if
game
we get
for
a
that
5-fire with him, if we get an interview with 5-fire, I am gonna ask him about what's going on with this build. Are we clicking the pretty ones in the store, or what is the thought process?
Baron has been started up here for the Buckeyes. They are missing Emperor's Divide. They are missing Enchanted Crystal Arrow. If there is ever a time to fight for Stony Brook, it is now. Blake goes in, but 5150 is playing goalie. 4,000 HP and dropping, but he's immediately gone. 3,000 HP. Blake's got to get in there.
Blake.
2,000, 1,000, but it's secured for the Buckeyes. Blake is low, but the Chubby Pig's got plenty of damage. 5-fire can't really get in there. He's doing lots of Yana Homicide dancing with the BL stuck on the backside, but he manages to find Ruler. Yana Homicide desperately trying to escape his 5-fire will flash forward. Now it's a 2v2. The Chubby Pig desperately outranged here. Keetong doesn't have much to offer him. Flash for flash. Chubby Pig's out of there. Keetong able to dodge it as well.
Whoa!
Oh my God! Chubby Pig made the play, and he gets the ace!
Okay, they took out all of the Barons on that one. Let's go Stony Brook. That was as close of a fight as it's going to get. I can't believe a 0-10 Victor has decided to win a fight here. Chubby Pig just completely putting himself in the fight. Him alongside Keetong essentially turned this around, but I don't know if it's enough here, Yanni. It's one good fight. You take the Baron off the map for 5 minutes, but you still have to deal with an Infernal Soul in 2.5. And you're looking down these items. This is a 4-item Corki. You need to be the biggest part of this game. You need to be able to carry what are other massive deficits in some of these lanes. Rest in peace.
9-0-1 for the Chubby Pig right now. He's got that Infinity Edge, only at 50% crit for the moment. Wasn't able to pick up that rapid fire cannon. He needs that raw damage. He's gonna get outranged badly. But maybe, just maybe, he could be the hero that Stony Brook needs.
And the one that they want at this point. Shooting them. They're
Blake
fishing.
Gonna go in. Double knockup is there, so it's the tidal wave, but they're not doing a whole lot right now to Shaloosh. Knock up onto the Chubby Pig. He's tagged up as well, but they're looking to chase this down. Teleport's coming in.
Okay.
It's 5-fire who's gonna join the party and chain a Crystal Arrow, but the cleanse on to Blake. And that means we will go our separate ways for the moment.
No teleport from 5-fire. Nothing really lost there alongside the heal from 5150. So I think Stony Brook are going to be happy that they didn't lose the game on the spot.
Dancing with the BL. Walking up a little too far, getting chunked out. Still 1 minute and 10 seconds, though.
Yep. Right now, all of these trading patterns do not matter. It's about anything you can find that's a worthwhile trade. Maybe the fact that the ultimates are going to be coming up around the time the dragon starts means that super proactive looks from Stony Brook are going to be a little bit hampered, excuse me. It kind of sucks. You want Ruler to recall here. He's going to pick up the Infinity Edge. 50% crit. It's only going to increase the slow that is available, but the crit strike damage there is still going to be, you know, whatever. You are under a lot of duress here, because this is, again, we talk about the standings coming in this match. This is potentially going to decide who is going to be the 3rd or 4th best team in Division 1 for Spring 2026. And it all comes down to a single dragon fight where Chubby Pig is the lone carry on Stony Brook.
Dancing with the BL split from the rest of the team. The damage that Blake takes just from one Sand Soldier auto attack is sizable. 10 seconds until this dragon is up. 5150 is missing a little bit of HP. Blake getting ready in position, ready to go. Goes in, finds the knock-up, tidal wave over the top. Chubby Pig with a great dodge there.
We go!
This could be the fight that we need. Chubby Pig trying to do damage, but he gets caught! And Burst of Vine knocks the rest away, and 2M2MC cleans them all up with a quadra kill!
2M2MC, more like 2M2M3, brother. We're getting free ones out here. Don't even need the Infernal here. A quadra kill for this Mbessa. And with how long these death timers here are, Yanni, OSU are going to move up to 3-1 and with a 2-0 record versus the Seawolves.
A valiant effort out of the Chubby Pig and Blake. But once again, the explosive team fighting of the Buckeyes was too much for them to bear in the end. A 2-0 series victory, improving to 3-1.
Let's finish the game. There we go, guys. Good stuff from OSU. I'm very worried about their mid games. We've seen now 2 games in a row that despite with a pretty massive gold lead in some of these lanes, we're still a little bit shaky on how we're setting up objectives and what's going to be happening on the transitions from the side lanes going into the middle of the map and going towards objectives. But so far, I think we've seen a lot of good things. I'm really, really happy that they were able to find this win after what were dominant performances back-to-back here from Shalush.
Yeah, this played so well. I think Ohio State just kind of got bit a little bit by going for that Baron. As we've seen this season, it is incredibly difficult to even try to take Baron when you're one member up, and they just did it when nobody was dead on the side of Stony Brook. It was a big risk. I think this game could have been a lot cleaner without that, but regardless, the Buckeyes came to play. I think everybody pulling their weight. Big shout out to 5150 coming in, playing support, putting on a solid performance.
Oh, for sure. We're going to need to work on the laning phase. You know, we're going to have to talk about it. I don't know how in-depth they really want to go into review for it, but I'm tentatively happy for OSU. For Stony Brook, it has been a rough season, right? They start off, they have to play against Winthrop 0-2. They have to play against Maryville 0-4 now. So it's a really tough start to the season. I know that the Maryville series looked a little bit closer, but at the end of the day, those aren't really going to matter, right? Like, how close you were in series isn't going to really dictate very much. And now with this team falling to 1-3, I don't think that they're going to miss out on playoffs, but they're going to have the lowest possible seeding, which means that they're going to have one of the worst matchups going in, probably playing up against Maryville or Winthrop very early.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough road for Stony Brook. We'll see if they are able to pull it together. There was some nice things to like, right? I think Blake and the Chubby Pig had particularly good series for what it's worth. Obviously, things did not go the way that they wanted as a team, but those two individually played pretty okay. As you mentioned, it was the solo laners that were the big problem. What do you think? What do you think is the number one thing to fix out of these solo laners here?
Just lane. Just please, we need to get better. Like, specifically, Yana Hamasaila didn't have the best lane, but it's not like his backup lane player or his substitute player in Vin is much better in lane. This was a complete destruction from minute 1 onwards. And if it wasn't on Scion, it was on the Victor. So we need to be hitting the books, hit the solo queue. I need to see 15 million games per day played. Otherwise, Stony Brook, we're going to be in a lot of trouble going into the back half of the season.
You've been sentenced to be solo laners. Well, Stony Brook, we'll see them next week, I believe. We'll be playing against West Virginia. And as for Ohio State, we will see a member of them before we head to our next series, because we are going to have an interview with the substitute support 5150 right after this break.
At Ohio State, we are the agile, bold breakthrough teams. The never afraid to innovate teams. And the achieve more together teams. Together, we are the Ohio State University.
Stony Brook University is a place for daring. Daring to see where you can go when you follow your heart. Even when it leads outside your comfort zone. Daring to ask bigger questions. Who will I be? Where will I thrive? What is my legacy? At Stony Brook University, we dare to find answers to these questions every day. In the classroom, in the field, on the water. Even in the spark of a spontaneous moment. Daring to define your own path is not always easy, but it is always worth it. At Stony Brook, New York's flagship university, we are united by one simple truth: to be something more in this world. Start with daring to be true to yourself. Stony Brook University. Dare to be.
Tell me who do you love? Could it be me? Be your fantasy? Tell me who do you love? Could it be me? Be your fantasy? You're a vision. When I get my jaw just dropped, can't catch my breath. The sand in the hourglass has stopped. You light up my world in ways I can't explain. Your electricity's running through my veins. Oh, baby, I can't help it. I've never felt like this.
Welcome back, everybody, to Division I League of Legends. As the Ohio State University closed out on a 2-0 against Stony Brook. And the winning supports 5150. You heard that right. The support.
Guys.
Congratulations on your victory today, 5150. All right. Off-rolled? I didn't know you had the sauce like that.
Listen, guys, I can play all 5 roles. Maybe not as well as AD, but I can play them. I have champions. I can play in every role. Like I said, my manager, he just messaged me today. He's like, "Do you think you can play your off role while you're like not feeling the best?" And I was like, "You know what? Sure." These guys not so good. It was pretty easy. Huge support gap. We saw that happen in the game. Like, it was free. It's 2-0. I'm not even playing on roll. I'm like joking around with my AD carry the whole time. We're just like joking about like some series they played yesterday. We're not even paying attention. It's free.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, it looked fairly decent. I will note, Ruler was down like 20 to 30 CS both games.
That's my bad. Now that's my bad.
Right.
He can blame me. I told him. We walked up that first game. I'm playing Alistar.
Yep.
He was like, "I don't think we can walk up." I said, "I think we're fine." And then we were not fine. We got chunked like 60% health. I was like, "Okay, my bad." And then the second game, we're playing Braum. he's like, oh, we should just let this tower die. I said, no, it's fine, we can defend. And then like Wukong shows up, they know me ult,
Yes.
their Corki just one-shots both of us. I said, you know what, bro, next time you see me in real life, just punch me. It's fine. That's on me. That's on me, bro. I fucked up. Sorry.
You know what? That's fair. Especially the first game, I was like, guys, it's Sivir level 1. I don't know if we're allowed to do this. Completely just boomed him. Half his
I'm blaming
HP.
the muscle relaxants on that one, bro. That wasn't
Okay.
me.
All right. Well, I did say that this was going to be on the show anyway. We said that this was going to be a very important game for you guys, and I wanted to make sure you guys didn't have any Johns if you're a fighting game player. No excuses, because this series might end up determining who is going to be third or fourth place. Obviously, St. Clair are looking a little bit better, but they still have like a kind of incomplete roster. So I know it was kind of last second for you to join in, but like, what is the team's like prospects going forward? Like, do you think that this actually gives you guys some legs to stand on as the third best team, or you don't really want to look at too much of the results of this one?
I mean, like, I'm trying to think back to Los Asta when we played these guys last time, and I think we lost the series in the regular season, and then we completely smashed them in the playoffs or something like that. So I don't know. I feel like it's kind of a fake result. Like, I think we were just off whenever we lost to them. I was not expecting us to get like below third seed. Like looking at the rosters when we played St. Clair, I was expecting us to win like we did. I mean, two best teams by far, obviously Winthrop, Maryville. Like those are like pretty much locked top two, and after this I would say we're definitely like locked third, like 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, whatever, man. But like top three, like you watch those games, like obviously watch them all, but like those will be the games to watch. So
You can always feel good when you are a top 3 finisher, especially because we've given a lot of plaudits to those teams, especially in the last split. So St. Clair leaving that spot up for grabs, it's right there for the taking, but does mean that you do get opportunities to continue to try and punch above. You guys have Winthrop next Sunday. So, are we feeling about the matchup? Is there a difference in preparation when it comes to coming to play today, coming to play next week?
I mean, okay, so we had talked about this as a team, and we were like, okay, Maryville, definitely not the same Maryville as they were, like, before. So when we prepped for that one, we were like, we felt pretty good, and like even though we did get 2-0'd, it was fun, and we did make them sweat in the first game. And the second game, Scary Jerry and I were typing to each other the whole time, so it was fun also, even though we lost. And then when I think about Winthrop, I'm like, okay, I would say that their bot lane's probably the best by far. Like mobility's the best, like carry in the like Division 1 like scene. Like this guy's clearly the best. And then other than that, I can't like remember the names of the players. I think maybe Denethor is that top laner. He's pretty good. So that will be interesting to watch that top matchup, because my top laner is an absolute beast. So
we saw
I'm excited to see how that will play out. But I'll call it right now. Mobility is getting gapped. I'm gonna be back on AD by then. I'll be feeling better. You know, we won't have any problems with my leg, how I'm feeling, anything, and it's just gonna be a clean 2-0, guys. Clean 2-0.
Okay. All right. Before we let you go, I do have to ask you a very, very important statistical question now. This team has had multiple subs, multiple different roles. I need you to rank all of the different supports that OSU has played in Division 1. From
Bro,
the
I don't
very
even
best
know them
to the
all.
very worst.
Okay.
So,
All right, let's think. The best, what the supports I think we've had has been Delight,
yep.
Sigma Kitten,
Yep.
me, and I can't remember if my manager had to play at some point or not. I don't know.
I don't think so. I think it's just been you three. I
Just,
think that's
just
how
the three
that's
of
how I
us.
set it up.
Just the three of us. Okay, I would say, on a purely support standpoint, Delight's at the top, because that guy, he's so funny. Like, he just won't say anything, and then he'll randomly pop up on my mid laner's screen, and then just get like my mid a triple kill, and then he won't say anything. He'll just walk back bot lane and be like, "My bad, I'm sorry, I left you alone for 20 seconds." So he's pretty crazy. I would say Sigma Kitten's like number 2. Like, he knows how to play the map. He's good. He gets it. I'm like a sleeper OP pick. I can press WQ on Alistar. We saw that a couple times. I can press E on Braum sometimes. So I would say maybe a small gap, but I would be at the bottom.
Okay. All right. Well, that's good to know. I'm glad that you are obviously so skilled, as you said at the very beginning, to play almost
I'm the
every
best.
single role. Exactly. And at least today, you are better than a bunch of other teams, because guess what? They don't play today. So you can say that you
True,
won, and
true.
they didn't win in Division 1 today. But 5150, thank you for joining us here today. Is there anything you want to say as we close out this part of the broadcast? Any fans you want to shout out?
I don't know if I have fans. I mean, OSU has fans. I see them in the Twitch chat sometimes, but like, shout out to those guys who watch us. I do want to shout out my girlfriend again. So she's just started playing League recently, and she's low-key a beast. I won't lie. She's just like, she's gapping the bots. Okay, she's already on intermediate bot. She's played like 5 games. She's okay. You might laugh, but she's never played video games before, and she's a beast.
Okay.
I like watched her play Darius earlier today. She like just came into my room and she just like go on my PC. She's just playing Darius. I just watched her like no fear walk up into like 5 bots and like get a quadra kill, and I'm just like, yo, honestly, my top laner needs to look out for his spot, because she's gonna come in and she's gonna beast him. I swear.
Is she a student as well?
No, she just graduated like recently.
All right,
so
well, I don't think
technically she
2
can't
2
play.
is...
Yeah.
Okay, I don't think he's getting his spot stolen then.
Coming to an open
team.
qualifier near you, perhaps.
Maybe,
You don't know, bro. Maybe she could get into a PhD program, and then she just completely gaps the guy. What do you say?
Oh,
All
this is
right,
true.
all
Listen,
right.
the dopamine hit of a Darius Q in the middle of 5 people might be enough to make somebody go back to school just so they can play League of Legends. 5150, thank you very much for your time. We very much enjoyed the interview. Congratulations on your victory, and good luck next week against Winthrop. With that, we're going to go ahead and take a break, because we have one more match here this evening. It's going to be Boise State University, 0-3, going up against the undefeated Winthrop University. We'll see you soon.
At Ohio State, we are the agile, bold breakthrough teams. The never afraid to innovate teams. And the achieve more together teams. Together, we are the Ohio State University.
Stony Brook University is a place for daring. Daring to see where you can go when you follow your heart. Even when it leads outside your comfort zone. Daring to ask bigger questions. Who will I be? Where will I thrive? What is my legacy? At Stony Brook University, we dare to find answers to these questions every day. In the classroom, in the field, on the water. Even in the spark of a spontaneous moment. Daring to define your own path is not always easy, but it is always worth it. At Stony Brook, New York's flagship university, we are united by one simple truth: to be something more in this world. Start with daring to be true to yourself. Stony Brook University. Dare to be.
Why does it always seem like I'm moving backwards? Caught up in a dream, everybody's actors. Why does it always seem like people change faces and nothing is real? Oh yeah. And you know I've seen better days. Yeah, you know I've been through some things. Yeah, I've been sending prayers through the roof. Oh, truth. Yeah. Don't need all the answers, just tell me what life is for. One day I'ma wake up with a reaper at the door. Don't need all the answers, just say anything at all. I've been praying for a minute, I've been waiting on your call. Oh, don't need all the answers, just tell me what life is for. One day I'ma wake up with a reaper at the door. Don't need all the answers, just say anything at all. I've been praying for a minute, I've been waiting on your call. Oh, I've been waiting on your call. Oh, yeah. I've been waiting on your call. Oh, I've been waiting on your call. Oh, I've been praying for a minute, I've been waiting on your call. Oh, I've been waiting on your call. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I've been so patient with you, don't you know? I've been so down with you, and you know it. You never come around, and I show it. Just give me one chance right now, and I won't blow it. I won't blow it. Oh. And you know I've seen better days. Yeah, you know I've been through some things. Yeah, I've been sending prayers through the roof. Oh, truth. Yeah. Don't need all the answers, just tell me what life is for. One day I'ma wake up with a reaper at the door. Don't need all the answers, just say anything at all. I've been praying for a minute, I've been waiting on your call. Oh, don't need all the answers, just tell me what life is for. One day I'ma wake up with a reaper at the door. Don't need all the answers, just say anything at all. I've been praying for a minute, I've been waiting on your call. Oh, I've been waiting on you, yeah. I've been waiting on your call. Oh, I've been waiting on your call. Been waiting on your call right now. I wanna hear your voice somehow, yeah. I've been waiting on your call. Oh.
Hey,
Let's get connected.
connected. Let me be the calm when it get hectic. Let me be the one knowing you left it. Connected. Let's just hit the plug and get connected. Feel it through your body, don't hold my lecture.
Let's get connected. Eastside, let's get connected. If you feel the way I do, go make your move. 'Cause I need you to help me for the night. So feel the way I do, go make your move. 'Cause I need you.
recognize the dark in you perfection. Can't wait to make you my selection. North side, let's get connected. West side, let's get connected. East side, let's get connected. South side, let's get connected. Worldwide, let's get connected. Local side, let's get connected. Online, let's disconnect it. Offline, let's get connected.
Let's get connected. The way I do. Cause I need you. I'm me for the night. The way I do. Cause I need you.
I need you. North side, let's get connected. West side, let's get connected.
Welcome to the Winthrop University Esports Facility. This 6,500 square foot facility, located in the historic Lowenstein Building, serves as a public space for gaming in the Rock Hill and Winthrop University communities, and is home to some of the best collegiate esports players in North America. As a varsity Winthrop University esports player, you will have access to private practice rooms to work on your craft alongside your teammates. Here at Winthrop, we strive to provide our players with the highest quality equipment currently available. Along with the varsity team rooms, players have access to a dedicated content creation space and a private lounge that can be used for VOD review, a quiet lunch, or just somewhere to catch up on schoolwork. The facility has 2 public bathrooms, a water fountain, and common spaces for lounging and watch parties. Welcome to a new generation of gaming in Rock Hill. Welcome to the Winthrop University Esports Facility.
What would you do if you couldn't fail? Would you see every setback as a catalyst to keep going? This is the innovator's mindset, because innovation demands daring. It's finding thousands of ways that don't work, and the one that changes everything. Because we know changing the world doesn't happen by chance. It comes out of the blue.
Just fall in line. What's the point of living life if it ain't even mine? All the best things I know sit in the void. It makes me wanna scream that I'm something else. I don't care who I'm meant to be, 'cause I'm someone else. This is what happens between. Cause I'm something else. I don't care what you see in me, 'cause I'm someone else. This is what happens between. Tell me when you love.
Firing shots, high caliber round. If you know what's best, then you better get down. Down. Get down. Down. Better get down. Down. Get down. I wanna see you get to the ground. You're being held up by the UK sound. Firing shots, high caliber round. High caliber round. Then you better get down. High caliber round. Then you better get down. High caliber round. Then you better get down. High caliber round. Firing shots, high caliber round. If you know what's best, then you better get down. Down. Get down. Down. Better get down. Down. Get down. I wanna see you get to the ground. You're being held up by the UK sound. Firing shots, high caliber round. High caliber round. Then you better get down. 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 People don't let them talk, only the text. And each time they give up on each other, go next. People don't let them talk, only the text. Many times they give up on each other, go next. Fear being cast out, not that complex. We only need to realize and need them body set for us and not build a barrier around ourselves. Same ideology for riding many tracks. Get one point that would say otherwise. It's only in a discipline and not a bigger price. So in affection, you cry on my shoulder. This might be the biggest showdown in myself. Not trying to pull ya, but all these ideas in my head are driving me to falter. Oh, you sending me a big paragraph and complaints I made when I left home red, fair and square. Yeah, I guess I'm alright now. Drenching my mind in the alcohol and everything is blessed.
All my energy is played in my time and the energy. If you don't like the way I think, don't need to be the love of me. Try to fix my mind and the habits would be using me. All are in the way I say, 'cause I know that you embellish me. Tripping on my love, but I don't feel the same way. I'm sorry, baby, go ahead and kill me. You ripped out all the segments of my soul, 'cause you need me. With that, I'm still here, distracted by the same.
Welcome back, everybody, to Division 1 League of Legends. Thanks for sticking with us through the break as we get into our final series of the night. It's the Boise State University squad versus Winthrop University. They are two polar opposite teams. Winthrop is looking to keep pace with Maryville, and Boise is still hunting the first individual game win here in Division 1.
Every game, I'm just praying that they'll get one, and this is the most unlikely. Oh no! Wait, yes.
He's fiddling
Boom!
around with the...
Better mic.
Okay. Oh,
There we
that
go.
sounds like the Alk I know and love.
I was not 3 rooms away. I was merely just next to you guys. I wasn't gonna say anything important, guys. It's okay. I'm just really hopeful that Winthrop don't drop a game, because if they do, we have bigger and much more pressing questions as to what is going on.
Yeah, that would be historic, right? And, you know, honestly, I kind of hope it happens. Like, I would love to see this Boise State squad get their first win, right? Whether it be an individual win, whether it be a series win, they need something. They lost to the St. Clair squad last week, a weakened St. Clair that's still trying to figure themselves out, but it really wasn't close. I'm famously happy for the fact that the first 4 minutes of game one, Boise looked really, really good. And like, I'm not trying to meme on them. Like the very, very early start to the game was actually quite good, but the first jungle gank is where things fell apart.
That's... We killed both scuttle crabs and the game just blew up from there. That's what that sounds like.
If that happens
I
to
remember.
Blabber, everybody would lose their minds. The game will blow up anyway.
You know what? I'll agree with that. I don't think I would compare Sven to Paint Liquor, but that's kind of where I'm at personally.
You might be right.
Taking a look back at Boise, though, they have made some upgrades to the lineup. At least solo queue wise, this team is starting to pick it up. So with a new top laner coming on through, I think that for one, keeping the lineup the same, we're not swapping in a player like 7-2-7-4 like we saw last split, or we're not having two different supports. Just try to get the same five group of guys playing every single week, not just here, but in other collegiate divisions as well, so that they can get practice, I think is most important. We've seen that time and time again, and like you'd mentioned, all about on the hunt for their first game win. That is going to be an amazing moment for them.
Yeah, and this was a project through and through, right? And the project is still developing with this squad. And Kelsey, the head coach, has talked about the team needing to get back to the basics and just playing very simple to execute compositions.
That's, I think, the best way that we could do it. And I know this graphic doesn't really show you that, but looking back at Boise's compositions, we're having clear engage. We look at their Ohio State game. They paired Yunara with Lulu, which is good. They had a Malphite in the jungle, so you do have ways of engaging. You have Syndra, Ambessa, Jarvan, like, just clear sight lines. Hey, we're going to go in on the first person. We're going to try and burst them out and take care of business from there. I think that they have the framework to get everything done. It's just, if it's not their early games where they end up falling, it's their mid games where they don't really know how to set up objectives because they've been so far behind repeatedly. They don't really know how to snowball games. And especially when they start losing, it feels like everybody starts losing. Someone dies on a solo lane. Someone gets killed in this team fight or before we move into a fight. And so it feels like we're missing a lot of the building blocks of being just a fundamentally good League of Legends team.
Yeah, we're very much still in the House of Cards type of scenario here, but once you're able to master that, there's a reason why you are able to make a house out of cards. We're just looking for Boise to continue their development here. If we can see one good thing out of this match against Winthrop, I would consider that a major success, because when you take a look at Winthrop's roster, they are incredibly good. They are a murderer's row of a roster, and even with some changes here, we've got Denethor, we've got Ogawa, Tails, Mobility, and Kim down. I mean, I really wasn't expecting to see Ogawa and Tails to start 2026 on Winthrop, but here we are.
I don't think Tails was expecting for himself to be starting this early on into the season. We have really yet to see Sword pick up a couple of games here, and even Trickster, who is supposed to be the starting jungler, now they have Ogawa. Seems like Winthrop are going through a little bit of a shakeup, maybe in anticipation of the start of the season, but I don't expect that this mid lane position is going to be the same for the season. And just Tails as their coach, he does play a ton of games, but we have seen that he doesn't necessarily have the same level of mechanics as some of the other players on the Rift. So it'll be interesting to see Winthrop yet again try to incorporate a new jungler into the lineup for their success.
Yeah, credit to Tails, as you were just talking about. Hasn't played consistently as a player since like 2019. It's been a while. But Ogawa, I got a chance to cast him in an ECC when Winthrop Academy got to play, and I thought Ogawa looked pretty good. I mean, I think that team was generally just doing very well against that USC varsity squad, but there was a lot that I liked out of Ogawa. Interested to see how he's going to stack up against some of the better teams in Division 1 once Winthrop gets there, because while they are 3-0, their schedule has been fairly light so far.
Oh yeah, I'm looking at Winthrop right now. They played against Stony Brook, a 2-0 there. They played against Utah, a 2-0. West Virginia, the same thing. So they are currently undefeated in game score. They are 6-0, 3-0 in series. That's a really good look. We're expecting a very similar result, which will put them at 4-0 and at a undefeated 8-0 game score. And then the last half of the season, as long as they can kind of continue to ramp up with some of the questions we've had for Maryville, that last game of the season is going to essentially make the entirety of it. And it's up to everybody else to try to break that. It's up to Ohio State, like we saw from 5150, to break that streak. It's up to St. Clair with their kind of mixed-matched roster to try to break that for them.
No doubt about it all. And I don't know if that's going to happen, right? I don't think they're going to be able to do so. It just seems like, despite the fact that a couple of other rosters have had some roster changes, Winthrop's roster changes are going to be just fine. And, one player that we haven't gotten a chance to talk about, Kim Down. Kim Down on this team is pretty crazy. I'm going to be honest with you. A guy who's been around for quite some time, not only in collegiate, but also in Tier 2. Still very solid support.
I've liked Kim Down. I'm still waiting for someone in this pool to really challenge him. Again, like, we're looking at Obstinatus or Miracle, who's currently playing with FaZe in the bottom lane in St. Clair. I think that support in North America historically has been one of the weaker roles, and that doesn't really change here. I have really yet to see very many supports take over for a player like Cryogen from last season, or some of the other bot lanes that we saw, even Mobility and Only 35, right? So I'm waiting. I'm still waiting to see who is going to be a standout in that way.
All right, so thinking a little bit deeper about this series as a whole, because it is going to be a tough mountain to scale for Boise. What is a successful series win for Winthrop other than, hey, they won 2-0? Like, is there anything that we can surmise from this?
It's hard, man. Like, I don't think there's going to be a lot of real data here in this match. Now, that's not to say that Boise can't pull a rabbit out of a hat, but they're going to need some big magic tricks, brother. They're going to have to pull out multiple magic tricks. Probably multiple computers disconnected at the Winthrop facility. Honestly, if they really need the win, if you don't know our background, me and Yanni currently both work on the LPL English project. We have someone who works or who is at Winthrop as a student, Fools. We can try to see if Fools can run in and run interference for Kelsey. But that's kind of, if you want a successful series for Winthrop, I need to see all three lanes winning. I need to see Ogawa really integrating with the team, because this is what I imagine is a layup game. This is what we in the industry would call a scheduled win for the Eagles.
Yeah, it's not even a get right game, right? Because they're undefeated so far. Okay, so Boise, what if they're going to win in any of their roles? Where do you think it's most likely it happens, and why?
How Boise win a game?
No, I'm sorry. I meant an individual lane.
If they do, it's going to be mid lane, I think. The Cake has looked
we are
probably the
beating
best
up old
pound
men.
I mean, there's no country for them, so why would we leave them in the game either? I'm okay with, Cake has done well, but I don't think it's really pushed his lead in a lot of these series. And then, if we do get anything from something like a jungle or even a bot lane is so tough, because we literally just had 5150. I think reiterate the point that I have been saying for the last 8 months, that in Division 1, Mobility is the best AD carry. Pound for pound, if you took a sample size of 100 games, Mobility is probably better than Scary Jerry in most of those games. But Scary Jerry typically has better teams, better structure, and I think some of those higher points Scary Jerry does end up performing. But he's not even here in the series.
And that's okay. But you know what is here in this series? Draft for Game 1 between Boise State University and Winthrop University. All right, I imagine Winthrop is going to take the ban phase quite seriously. we're probably not going to see Rakan for Lurs. I do think that that could potentially be the first step for success for Boise, but it might not even be available.
Let's see. Jace, decent enough ban. I think you always have to get rid of it from this team. Probably thinking about other champions that you really don't want to have to play against. I assume Gnar is going to be one of them, just because of Denethor. And Bessa has also been a massive champion in the top lane for him. So I wonder if that's also going to be a focus here for Boise, or if they are going to be looking for bans maybe similarly in the jungle or AD carry position.
I'm also wondering if okay, I was just about to say, is Boise going to ban what they think is good for the meta, or are they going to ban out some of these signature champions? Right? Thought maybe we'd see a game of Denethor Camille, but that one will be left off the table. I know that Tails pulled out Anivia, I believe last time out, so
he did.
We'll see if he picks that one even blind. Who knows? Given various situations, Winthrop though taking this ban phase very seriously.
Orianna, Jarvan. I wonder if they know about the Amumu. You know, how much are we really studying?
Right.
Do they know the Amumu tech could be coming? Last ban could really be anything. You could throw a Rakan ban for Lurs. You could get rid of Syndra. They themselves are going to go for the Mbessa.
Okay.
So maybe a couple other top laners that they're looking forward to. Again, Rumble available, but I doubt that Rat is going to be picking it up. They're just going to take the Yunara immediately here for the cake.
Okay, I like it. We'll see what kind of follow-up we're going to have here to pair with this Yunara. If Lurs is going to opt into this Lulu, or maybe they want to opt in for going for Engage. Could be a little ways away. We are going to see the Azir get locked in, so really needing more credence to a potential Nautilus pickup.
Okay. Could always go for win now. Let's just pick Azir, win now. We're going to go for Aphelios. Decent lane matchup, skills along on par with them. So I need to see the big wombo combos. If we're not going to get Jarvan, Amumu works the same. Malphite works the same. You know that there's no Sylas coming on through. Now this would be a pretty dangerous gambit to throw down, because you could have Malphite jungle, and then Winthrop just decide we'll just blind Sylas top. I don't think that's going to be the case.
Sylas
you could
jungle
still
too.
also play Sylas jungle right now.
Yeah, well, we'll see. I do like this mid jungle that we have going on for Boise. Once you hit level 6, the target should be dead, provided you're going after one of these swishier ones. It's going to be the Mundo in response, which we've seen come out as the prototypical counter pick to the Malphite.
Yeah, it does so well in just being able to farm, and if you are going to play against Boise State, I think the name of the game is kind of just wait them out. They're not again, they don't win very many games, any at all. Their goal difference at 15 is the worst in the league, and so if you can just wait a little bit of time, they're going to make mistakes as the worst team here. So you just got to wait them out, give yourself the scaling advantage, strong enough team fighting, and I think mostly the thing that I'm looking for when I have a Mundo is that Ogawa kind of gets to have free say on the map. He gets to walk around and does not get punished.
All right, a lot of these enchanters getting banned out, so Paint Licker is going to have less options to buff himself, or to get buffed up, I should say. Ulk, what do you think of a Tarek? I don't know, it just feels like it would be so good for Boise to just be able to say, hey, we're invulnerable, and we could really turn a fight because of that.
I think it'd be good. I do think that the lane would be very nice. It seems like they're also taking a little bit of advice. They're getting rid of the Sylas and the Gwen. Kind of hints to me that Malphite might go top lanes. That's why I love this flex. Tarek is okay. Tarek is okay. I like the pick. I'm a little worried about their range, but
yeah,
you have Syndra, you have Malphite. I think it's reasonable enough. We're getting a Thresh here for Kim down. I don't like the Rakan answer. I think that Rakan can just get flayed every single time he wants to jump in, and then you're just a Rakan that has no engage. And you're already a squishy champion because you're not running anything like Aftershock either. So we're going for Ornn. All right. You could throw Mundo top lane right now. Mundo into Ornn. Very tough matchup for the Ornn. And you can get an even better matchup in jungle if you think of it.
All right, well, this Boise comp is done, so we're just waiting for this last pick. It's a Zahen And this feels like it's going to be a very difficult pick for Boise to deal with because of the way they want to fight. They want a 5v5 team fight, and Denethor is more than happy to acquiesce. Now, this Boise composition, I think the tools are great. The problem that I have is it takes so long for their damage to be relevant.
I mean, not just that, but they also don't really deal what, like, they have good range. I think the parts of Boise that I like is that you have ways of engaging the Ornn, the Malphite, even the Syndra gives you snap engage. It's a problem of whether or not your lanes will actually get you to a point to deal damage, because later on, Azir is going to be a problematic champion, so they need to engage on him. And you need your Yunara to keep pace with this game, because there's going to be a lot of tanky champions in her face. Mundo and Zehen by themselves are going to provide a lot of problems here. So I need to see not only convincing enough early performances, but a level of precision that I have yet to see from Boise in their 2 splits here in Division 1.
We'll see if they're able to pull that off, Alk, as we are on Summoner's Rift for Game 1 of the final best-of-3 series of the evening. The spot lane could prove to be a bit difficult. Rakan not really known for his laning, so I think a lot of the pressure is going to go toward the side of Winthrop. Ogawa already walking up alongside Tails. We're just trying to get a little bit damage on that cake. We're slicing up this cake right now.
Hell yeah.
Get you a piece. What kind of cake is that? I had some cheesecake.
Hopefully
last night.
not an ice cream cake, as we spoke about last week.
I forgot about that. I'm so sorry. I know that you didn't, as it is part of the trauma experience. We'll see if Boise can inflict any trauma on to Winthrop. I think having a good, solid early game could be enough to do that. Both junglers starting on the top side.
We're fine for now, but you should not be getting this much damage down onto you as Syndra. I know it's not the easiest matchup versus Azir pre-level 2 and 3, but still, not great. Also noticing that neither of our AD carries have gone for anything like a lethal tempo. This is a PTA Yunara. This is very worrisome, because this is good for trading versus the Aphelios early, but will make it slightly more difficult to punch through something like a Mundo later on. Level 2 almost here for Kim down.
Yep, the walk-up is there. The flay is there. Good flash from Paint Liquor. Will survive for the moment.
Man, and no cleanse in this matchup. I think it's dangerous. I know you want the barrier for the 2v2, but not having that for one of the few pieces of crowd control could end up spelling doom for them. You ever get hit by a hook, you have no flash now, you're always going to be taken down. Big wave being crashed here by Winthrop's bottom lane. And if they keep up the pressure, they could actually have Mundo help them dive and force Paint Liquor out of this lane if he can't find a recall.
Remember the last game that Boise played? Things started going poorly after that first gank that occurred around the 4-minute mark. We're now Ogawa on Mundo, less likely to have a successful gank as he must walk up and throw cleavers, and there's not as much setup in some of these lanes. We're really looking at a purple gun, the Gravitum Root, or a hook. So far, so quiet as Paint Liquor and Lures are hanging on. Still has that barrier in the back pocket just in case.
You see that Ogawa wanted to make this happen, so there was a potential here. We haven't talked too much about Zehen. I know you said you were worried about this champion later on. One of the weakest parts of Zehen is his laning phase, but if he just gets a freebie from an Ornn, then yeah, I would be rightfully afraid and terrified of this champion. I don't see very many ways of them dealing with him unless he misses most of his abilities. He's a rather short range, and that's why there are advantages here for Boise State.
Ego has an opportunity to show up to the top lane, walk up, just help Rat get this wave in so he can go ahead and get his recall. Denethor is sticking around and perhaps decides he fancies himself in a 2v1, but Ogawa is on the way. Denethor flashes over the wall. Ego hits him with the cheese wheel, but Rat is in trouble, and Ogawa's going to walk up to him, and he's a briefcase away from death. It's first blood to the Winthrop jungler. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, Root goes down on the Paint Liquor, auto away, and it's the purple gun getting it done.
Well, You said the first 4 minutes looked good, and I mean, generally, I would kind of agree with that. But we're already 2,000 gold up, Yanni. How? How are we 2,000 gold up at 4 minutes? It was only 2 kills. That's 600. That's 600 gold. 700, really.
I mean, we're up, you know, like 10 CS in the mid lane. We're up 18 CS in the bot lane. Quick math tells me that's almost like 2 kills there, right? I mean, we surely didn't get any plates yet, right?
We got a plate on bottom lane.
We gotta
That's the
play
only
bottom-
plate that's been taken.
You know, the math isn't mathing. I think we need to have Riot take a look at this because I don't think the math is quite mathing here.
Look, you would not be the
Denethor
only
got an
person.
assist too.
Ah, okay. You would not be the only person that is maybe asking Riot to help Boise State get a first win. Okay, you're the only person that's trying to investigate the causes.
Riot's had a lot of
So-
trouble with numbers recently, as evidenced by the multitude of upset challenger players. Mobility not going to be one of those upset challenger players, as he's on the good side of a 2v1.
I mean, Ryan Codon was sitting in mid, right? Like, they're trying to see if they can make something, but there's a ward here. Tails has complete vision of the river. Our observers is showing it here. He's completely spotted out, no play to be made, and his 80 carry dies, so he's going to come back to the wave, but that wave's already going to be gone. And now Winthrop, they get a kill onto the Unar again, and a dragon. I think at 5.5 minutes, Winthrop are already showing the different kind of levels that they're playing at.
It's just too much for Boise to handle for the moment, but once they hit level 6, there will be opportunities. Once Ego is level 6, he can link up with the Cake. They can blow up a Tails. They can blow up a Mobility. There are going to be options there. Just need to make it happen. Paint Liquor walks into the fog of war. Mobility's going to get a lantern. The Flay is there too. It is a 3rd kill for this Aphelios 6 minutes in.
That's not good. I know that's an understatement, but that is really not good, as you can tell. Even when Ego tried to help his top laner crash that wave, they still gave over a kill, and the wave never even ended up getting crashed. So, yoink, Scoob. So, this is going from better to best. If you are Winthrop, you're happy because you're saying, look, my fellows is ahead. It's unfortunate for Tails that he doesn't get much there, but gets the flash from Cake. Doesn't even take very many turret shots thanks to the Scatter of the Week from the Syndra. And Mundo's still scaling. So, my eyes are now going back to Ego. We have the Malphite ultimate. What are we looking for? Who are we looking for?
They had this problem in their last series as well. Hold on, Mobility is ghosting forward. He's got red-white. Lurs, nice dodge of the Moonlight Visual Flash hook. And Kim down hits a minion.
I mean, at this point, I think Paint Liquor is probably worth the same amount of gold at this point in the game, right?
You might be right, honestly. You know, we were
3
just
deaths
bemoaning
means that
Riot math.
you're around like 100 gold at this point in the game.
It's so crazy to think about the way they changed that over the years, because I remember when somebody was 0-3, you could at least, you know, killing them gave you something. Now it's almost more worthwhile to take a wave. Well, hold on. Ego is heading up top. While the Forge Out coming down. Good CC immune from
Perfect.
Denethor. Ego will hold his ultimate Kim down with a Hex Flash there. Hook coming down.
Beautiful.
And it hits Paint Liquor Flush. It's just too easy for the former Team Liquid Academy support.
Observers, can we please just look at this bottom lane wave again? I really want to emphasize the maximum amount of pain and suffering that is currently existing. Thank you. A little mistimed, unfortunately, for myself, because that wave was stacked in a way that it was pushing away from Boise, but Mobility has 80 CS at 8 minutes, and Paint and Liquor has 30. And I'm rounding down here, of course. And he's already gotten 2 turret plates. He's going to get a 3rd thanks to the Crystalline Overgrowth. Mundo's invading on the bot side of the map. The only thing that I can say that is going in favor of Boise is that they're getting 3 grubs. But Mobility is 2xing the amount of gold that the Boise 80 carry has. And that means it's going to get worse once the role quest is complete, which I imagine is coming soon.
It's so difficult. I mean, there is no shame in having a rough time against Mobility and Kim down. Mobility, as many may know, subbed for Dignitas very recently. And they're going to look to get him another kill. It is another hook landed. Why are they sending everybody down here, Hulk?
Because it's a free win. We've already gone 4 kills off of him. What's a 5th? Right?
Yeah, I don't think they needed everybody.
Maybe not, but it felt good.
Well, not if you're paying liquor, sadly.
Well,
9 minutes into this game. All right, so I think we need to start asking ourselves the question of when is Boise going to get their first kill?
ooh. Are you asking me if they will get one or when?
So
That's
said
an important
when,
clarification.
but I had a feeling you might respond with if. And I don't know which one I'd take for now. If Tails continues to do things like that, if Ego happens to be in the area, it is more of a when than an if.
Yeah, I do think that they'll get a kill for what it's worth. I'm not that down on Boise, but
I'm with you.
yeah, I would probably say it's probably right.
Oh, here
about
we
now.
go. This is exactly what we're looking for. Tails gets
Tails?
locked up. Scout of the week's there. There we go, baby.
Very informal here from me, Tails, but that's what we would call, that was a very old reaction from him. There was no flash, there's no shifting standstill after all the damage that had already been done. It's very a quite old combo from ourselves. Oh my, Rat.
Rat is going to flash away. He's going to get pulled in, and Denethor with that passive has no fear of that turret. It's a solo kill. Meanwhile, down on the bottom side, Flay onto Paint Liquor, and he's immediately rooted up, pulled out of the Moonlight Vigil. It doesn't matter in the slightest. Mobility gets a bot lane quest complete at 10.5 minutes.
Yeah, so he's just got a bunch of flat gold, and he's gonna get more gold for every takedown that he gets, and that includes minions. So, second dragon of the game, 5th kill here for Mobility, and what is looking likely to be a full turret, but I like what Mobility is doing here, focusing on the minion wave so he can just squeeze as much gold as possible away from his opponents. The turret will kill the rest of these minions, and he can try to get even more out of this for himself.
Try hard.
Yeah, we're
He's
tryharding
looking
in our
for-
Division 1 games. My bad, guys. True.
He is
True.
trying. It looks like he's well on this way to a Flame Horizon. The turret will finally fall. Mobility has just been a different beast here in 2026. Again, it's been so good for so long. As talked about earlier in the pre-show, generally the best AD carry that we have here in Division 1. Probably the best AD carry in Collegiate. Probably one of the best AD carries in NACL if he ends up being in there this season. Guy's just so good.
I'm excited for this Winthrop, man. Every year I want to really root for them, and then they have some games that just give me some feelings, man. Some bad feelings sometimes.
I'm with you. This is a very likable team. I've had the privilege of covering guys like Denethor and Mobility since they had their first competitive games. And when I saw them get on this Winthrop squad, I was very, very excited to see this team do a lot in Collegiate. Right now here in Division 1, they are putting the pressure onto Boise. The Cake has now found himself in a bad spot against Ogawa, and he takes a lot of damage, and Ogawa does a lot of damage. Ego at least going to put his body on the line to try to save his mid laner. Rat whiffs on a positional lockup. Here comes Call the Forge God as Lurs wants to get in there, but another interrupt by Denethor. He's been on top of them every single time. The Cake had to flash away as Rat's going to fall just outside the base gates. And the Grim Deliverance, the charm doesn't matter. It's a double kill for Denethor.
That's crazy. Do you know we're fighting in front of the inhibitor turrets at 11 minutes? I think that tells you all you need to know about this game. A 9,000 gold lead at 13 minutes, man. Like, this is why every other team here in Division 1 knows there is a clear division between the top 2 and the bottom 6 here in the league.
Yeah, it's clean games like this. And remember, this Winthrop squad is not playing with the roster that we'd expect, right? They're playing with Ogawa, their Winthrop Academy jungler, they're playing with their coach in the mid lane. And guys like Trickster and Sword have built this synergy over the years that would really... I'd fear for even Maryville if they were getting consistent play time, because I think this team would be incredibly well put together moving forward. And I think that's what gets me so excited for them in the CLOL season, as we're starting to get toward the end of Swiss and start moving toward playoffs.
But we saw in the regular season that even with some of the hiccups that Winthrop and Maryville had, the finals was still a 3-0 at the end of the day. Right?
Yeah.
So, kind of what 5150 was saying is that some of these regular season results may not be real. You know, you have the time and place of every week having to play games. Sometimes upsets are going to happen. That's what best of threes are hopefully to kind of smudge out when you think about, you know, competitive integrity. But I mean, this game was done at 4 minutes, honestly, which sucks, right? Because there's still another 20 or so minutes left in this game, or left from after that point. But Winthrop are playing a clean game where they are snowballing their lead. They're also moving members to places where I think it's correct. They gave mobility to the rest of that top lane wave so they can make that play underneath the inhibitor turret. Now they're having him sit in mid lane, and he's having pressure versus a Syndra, which is a scary thought to have as a Syndra player, that an 80 carry is allowed to walk up towards me.
Yeah, I'm a little disappointed in the fact that Boise, when they're in a situation like this, despite all their go buttons, seem to be a little bit more reserved. I'm still waiting for Ego to, you know, show up on this mid lane and just overextend and try to get mobility, right? Because I think that's all you can do, especially in situations like this. But Ego might find himself ulting away, so he does so there.
Okay, so they get the Herald. They've gotten the first 2 dragons. They didn't get the grubs, so we're doing well there. However, I need to see more. I want to see more from Winthrop. I want to see them push the pace of this game, because right now we're in that weird spot where, because they're so far behind, Boise aren't really giving them avenues to play, but Boise are saying, that's fine. We'll just take all of your turrets, we'll expand the goal lead even further, and we'll make it so that either you're going to fight us or your Nexus is going to explode. So I want to see Winthrop be a bit more in their face.
Yeah, I can agree with that. There is something to be said for respecting your opponents, and, you know, it does give you a little bit more of a serious, buttoned-up suit and tie kind of look, especially for a team like this that we know is so great. So, on the one hand, I appreciate that, but I understand where you're coming from, and I'm with you. It is time to just start going. Do we really need to see an Ocean Soul from Winthrop this game? I don't think so.
No, probably not.
Okay, Kim down. Well, all right. We are building protoplasm harness on Thresh.
Yes. What's up? What's the issue here?
I do not think this is a good first item on Thresh.
Have you
Is
considered
everybody
not
building
getting
this?
Gap?
Am I just missing? Am I just a silly goose?
I don't think
you know
it
I play the
matters.
sample.
I'm gonna be honest here, Yanni. I don't think it matters. I think they're so
you're
far
right,
ahead that
but I
Kim
need to
down
know
can
the
click
tech.
whatever items he wants.
I need to know if this is real tech or not, and I'm struggling to see it.
It's not. This item is not good for everybody at home. This item scales on your HP and bonus MR and armor. Thresh has some of the worst base armor stats because he gets it from his passive. Ego's probably dead if this is a collector, but it isn't. So we're just going to continue to trade, and I'm pretty sure he's just using this as an additional shield so they can make silly-looking dives, like maybe even this one coming up.
And now I'm trying to position around here. He's going to land the hook onto the minion, and that means the Flay is going to land. Rat with a call of the Forge God. Hey, good job there. He got onto mobility. He got to call the Forge God off, but he could not get it done. Ego has the Unstoppable Force. We have to use it at some point to try to get on to these squishy carries. I mean, let's go after mobility or something. They're starting to lose their base. You need to have an answer somewhere.
Something.
And it's Tails on the Shurima shuffle. Paint Licker hits the dirt again. Rift Herald is too low to be a dancing Shelly by the end of this game. But Ego is left all alone for the moment.
Alright, well, we're ending the game before 20 minutes, so I'm grateful in that sense. But, are we going to actually... No Dancing Shelly, man. I'm actually incredibly depressed again.
Unfortunately, she takes turret aggro. There's an unstoppable force, but it was very stoppable. The Zenithor getting low. He even had to burn his flash. They got him there. Tails is tanking up a bunch of turret shots. And it's Rat getting the kill, but it's mobility near the steps of the fountain, rifling away. His buddy Kim down gets him out.
No!
Dies to the turret. The Cake trying to chase down mobility, but he can't find him. Low health bars over on the side of Winthrop, but they may as well be full because Boise just does not have the damage.
Alright, so Boise will get to live another 3 or 4 minutes, but Soul spawns in too, Yanni. I don't even think it really matters when you have an almost 20,000 gold differential. That's where we're going to have some fun here. That's where we're going to ask, do we think that 20,000 gold is going to happen? We're 3,000 away,
Okay. So, I think the issue is that Kim Down died to the turret. Because if Kim Down had died to somebody, he resets
been a
their
shutdown.
golds.
Yep.
And, oh yeah, he would have been a shutdown too. You're right. It kind of balances out both ways. He doesn't have a big shutdown though. So, the gold that you would have gotten back on everybody else when they die next would have been good. I think Paint Liquor's obviously not going to contribute much to it. We'll see if they go full Scorched Earth here. And if Denethor ends up picking up this last non-Nexus turret down to the bottom lane. I think they can do
Yanni,
it.
I'm going to be really, really excited when Boise win their first game, you know?
Dude, I am too. Oh, okay. We are definitely going for the 20k gold lead. But yes.
Yeah.
I really, really want this team to succeed because their players try so hard.
Yeah. I mean, it's also just more fun usually to root for an underdog in general. And so it'll be a historic occasion, right? They went 0-7 in last season's Division 1, which means they went 0-14. They are currently already 0-3, which means they're 0-6, so they're 0-20. Whoever can beat that streak, we're going to have big questions for them. And honestly, we might even throw a party on the broadcast when their first game comes through.
The more losses you get as a competitor, the hungrier you become. And hungry dogs run faster. But not in this game. Ego on the backside falling. It is but a formality at this point. We are close to crossing the 20,000 gold threshold. Lurs will sit in the fountain, but will be pulled out by Kim Down. It's a quadra for mobility. They might toss it trying to get him to the Penta. It's stolen away by Ogawa, and he gives a shutdown away, which means it'll only be 19k.
Only! Maybe the Nexus? Oh, the Nexus only gives 50 gold. Man! Denied another 20k win there, but dominant from Winthrop. 22 minutes.
Ogawa, criminal stuff going on there. Stole the Penta, ruined the 20k.
That's what he gets for being the newest player on the team. Just take all the resources from your old players that have done nothing here. Wow. I think we were longer in a break between our two series than we were actually in game, which is really cool for Winthrop that they decided to do it that fast. Sad for Boise, as yet again they have lost game number 1 here of the series.
But it's all right, Alk. They have a second shot at it. I want to see this team survive past the 4-minute mark. We need to thwart the first Winthrop play. This will be measured success. We're going to go ahead and we're going to go take our break. When we return, game 2 between Winthrop University and Boise State University. Back after this.
Welcome to the Winthrop University Esports Facility. This 6,500 square foot facility, located in the historic Lowenstein building, serves as a public space for gaming in the Rock Hill and Winthrop University communities, and is home to some of the best collegiate esports players in North America. As a varsity Winthrop University esports player, you will have access to private practice rooms to work on your craft alongside your teammates. Here at Winthrop, we strive to provide our players with the highest quality equipment currently available. Along with the varsity team rooms, players have access to a dedicated content creation space and a private lounge that can be used for VOD review, a quiet lunch, or just somewhere to catch up on schoolwork. The facility has 2 public bathrooms, a water fountain, and common spaces for lounging and watch parties. Welcome to a new generation of gaming in Rock Hill. Welcome to the Winthrop University Esports Facility.
What would you do if you couldn't fail? Would you see every setback as a catalyst to keep going? This is the innovator's mindset. Because innovation demands daring. It's finding thousands of ways that don't work and the one that changes everything. Because we know changing the world doesn't happen by chance. It comes out of the blue.
I wanna hear your voice somehow, voice somehow. I've been waiting on your call.
Hey, let's get connected. 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 Let me be the calm when it get hectic. Let me be the one knowing you left with. Connected. Connected. Let's just hit the plug and get connected. Feel it through your body, don't want my lecture.
If you feel the way I do, come make you move. 'Cause I need you to help me for the night. So feel the way I do, come make you move. 'Cause I need you.
Can't focus, but your body give me clarity. I can tell the way you move and how you stare at me. I'm obsessed with the way you caress me. I undress you with my eyes and you bless me. I confess my love and affection. I'm blinded by all the imperfection. Recognize the dark in your perfection. Can't wait to make you my selection. West side, let's get connected. West side, let's get connected. East side, let's get connected. South side, let's get connected. Worldwide, let's get connected. Local side, let's get connected. Online, let's disconnect it. Offline, let's get connected.
Let's get connected. The way I do, come make you move. 'Cause I need you to help me for the night. So the way I do, come make you move. 'Cause I need you.
I need you. West side, let's get connected. West side, let's get connected. East side, let's get connected. South side, let's get connected. Worldwide, let's get connected.
I'm human. Am I alone?
Welcome back, everybody, to Division 1 League of Legends. Winthrop University, a day late and a dollar short of a 20k gold lead win and a pentakill for mobility, but I'm sure they will accept a victory all the same. Once again, the game fell apart at the 4-minute mark for Boise State University. Need to see them progress through that.
That's going to be what I'm looking for. Now they've set a benchmark. We set the benchmark at 23 minutes, Winthrop. Are we going to go over or are we going to go under for ourselves versus Boise in game number 2?
You know what? I want Boise to send them over. I want the Boise squad to fight. And when they get behind, we see Ego, Hydro get a little gun shy, right? You just need to rip it with Malphite Ultimate. If you go in and you ult and you die, it's okay. You are already very far behind. Ulting away isn't going to change the fate of the game. Not going to have the opportunity to do so on Malphite, but I do hope on whatever engaged champion he's going to get next, that he is able to live to that standard.
Yeah, and one of the issues that I have with Malphite, and that we didn't really elucidate in that draft, was that you don't really get to dictate early fights as Malphite. You are a very slow champion, and the one time he came pre-level 6, his top laner died for the wave, which was not great. So Boise State probably going to keep the same number of, or the same kind of style of bans. We're expecting the Camille, we're expecting Jace to come on through to get away from Denethor, and for Winthrop, I just wonder if they're really feeling the need to change or anything. My assumption is that we're probably going to have the same just go through on out, and then it's going to be a difference of what exactly is the first pick. I think Yunara first pick isn't incredible.
Yeah, I'm not with that. All right, let's see what we could start picking here out of multiple different roles that could give you good, easy to execute compositions. Feels like they want to save the back pocket of Mumu. Maybe flex that out if they want. I don't know. I'm thinking like an aggressive support, like a Leona or something like that. That's got a very easy go button. Is something that would fit really well in the wheelhouse of Boise.
I mean, there's still plenty of options here. Like, if I'm looking specifically at some of their older drafts here from the season, Jarvan was a champion that I was kind of sad to see get banned because they have been reliant on it. But, like, you might be able to get access to something like Ambessa. I know that we saw the Xin Zhao, and this was in their second game versus West Virginia. They played a Xin Zhao paired up with a Seraphine mid and an Olaf top lane. I think that that's really, really good, actually. I think that that is a pairing that works incredibly well, and you get some amount of, like, winning lanes early. So maybe we could try to lean on that. I don't really want to see an 80 carry first pick. There's that Amumu that we were waiting for. This is the first pick going all the way back to their St. Clair matchup last week.
The Silas is open. I do wonder if Winthrop is just going to yoink it and be like, okay, great. Now you have to pick worse ultimates, especially because you want a team fight. There is that Silas coming through. But this is exactly what Kelsey said. Just have Boise play their game. Doesn't matter what they pick on the other side.
All right. I like the Silas. You know, just having access to be able to steal that away. You get Varus, so already good matchups. Blind, at least, against the field. What is Paint Liquor and Lurs going to be looking for? Because last time, it was an Amumu in support. I'm not expecting it to go bottom lane. We're going to play Amumu Ziggs. Okay, so this is a pairing that they are really enjoying. Again, we saw this in their St. Clair series. Are they going to continue to play more mages, right? Because last time it was a Victor blind going up for Boise. They're going to take the Pantheon instead. Okay.
A little bit more action here, and do wonder where the Ziggs is going to go, if we're going to see it in the mid lane or if we're going to see it back in the bot lane. If it's not in the mid lane, we need to shy away from the Victor. We need something that gives us a little bit more early game agency. Let's pick an Annie or something like that, right? I think that helps with your hard engage, exactly what you're looking for. Flash R button, LS would be proud.
I think it's okay. I'm a little worried about playing Annie into this team, but if they have a Lee Sin, send it, boys. I'm down. At this point, anything goes here in this match. Lee Sin should be shut down versus a Pantheon. Pantheon can stop a mid-Sonic wave. Same thing with this Silas. I think Pantheon gets so much value, but again, when it comes to the expectations of these teams, it has not been the most even for the two. So coming into the second phase, Bard I think is an okay takeaway. You want to get rid of more of these range supports. I wonder if they're willing from Winthrop to say, let's just play some Nico. Let's play Varus Nico. Let's slam the lane, and we'll just have more fun.
Yeah, why not? I mean, I really don't see a downside. You give yourself a great team fight. Denethor is going to be able to steal a Mumu ultimate, and it's going to be anything you can do, we can do better for the side of Winthrop. Sinivia is going to be the final ban. Galio is going to be the pair up here to help this Lee Sin get into these fights and stay alive.
All right, BSU, you have the option to do something incredible here. You can take the Rise, and you can just win the game on the spot, please. Scion's okay. It is blind. Okay, you have a couple of options, because this is looking like it's going to be... This could actually just be Galio support, and that would be very fun.
Right.
Because Silas now kind of needs to find a home. We're getting Brand. I still don't like it, Yanni. I won't lie.
Okay.
I really hate Brand here. I think there's too many ways you get completely owned. And even into a Galio, he can kind of just forcibly run over you. This is going to be Galio's... I want to say it's going to be Galio support, but it could be Galio mid. Yeah, I don't know if I like this comp, Yanni.
Trying to think. Maybe we have Pantheon mid, Brand jungle, Amumu support. Trying to think of all the different places it could go.
Yeah.
Gwen, another good carrier of the Galileo delivery system. Now, what are the odds that this is a Silas support coming out?
Then, at that point, then there's nothing really for me to talk about, and we'll just kind of watch this game for fun.
You might be onto something there, Alk. Alright, so let's diagnose these team compositions. Okay, I really like this Pantheon. I think it gives Boise an element that they haven't really used yet, and that's the element of globals. And I really want to see the Pantheon pilot, expected to be Hydro, to really operate on it. Oh my god, it is Brand Jungle?
It's Brand Jungle!
I was right.
Alright! Ogawa, run into the jungle
right.
and run at that guy. Take his jungle, completely kill him. Unfortunately, Yanni, you have not had a precedent of being right, so you don't have a fund in your name.
That's do I still have to pay into yours? I think I should.
Yes. Yeah, I told you there's no refunds.
What am I gonna do? Okay, can I offer you the Burger King gold-plated Charizard? I know you really can't see it because of the glare.
Oh, I wish we didn't go to. I wish we didn't go to game immediately, brother. I would have showed you my golden-plated Pikachu or Jigglypuff.
Oh, my goats! It's okay. We have plenty of time for all the times that you and I interact with each other. What we don't have plenty of time is for Boise. They need to get past that 4-minute timer. Here we go. Game 2. It looks like 72-74 is in the mid lane here.
Oh, it is 7274. Okay, so we had a personnel change as well. The Cake's not even playing. Oh no, we walked into level 1 Galio. No!
That was a pretty good bandage toss to at least get that off in the taunt. But Lurs is going to have a tough time down here. It's been tough to see. I don't think we've really been able to see Lurs shine. It is difficult when you're on a team that isn't necessarily playing particularly well, isn't performing particularly well. But, you know, this guy, at least from what we can surmise from solo queue, is very individually talented. And I do hope that before the end of the season, we'll get an opportunity to see.
Yeah. There's been a couple of players that I know from last season that were transports from Europe. That's a flash from him. They're not even going to be able to touch the minion wave here. I think this guy's actually just dead.
Yeah, he is dead. It is first blood going over to mobility.
It's not even 130. My jungle hasn't even finished his second camp, and my bot lane has to... Like, if I'm Ego, I'm saying, what am I supposed to do in this situation? I'm playing Brand, I have to farm, I'm not even getting invaded by Lee Sin, so it's already like a miniature Christmas has arrived in February, but my bot lane has died. So, do I deserve coal? What have I done already in 2026 that there is coal in my chimney?
Well, you know, this is a good question. I don't actually know what you've done We haven't lain together too much in individual games, so I can't say anything like that. What I can say is that 72-74 is very close to killing Tails, but is also dying himself.
Thankfully for Boise, these matchups are going to be fine for most of this game, right? Pantheon should still have an advantage over Silas. We saw there it was very close. Ego's now getting invaded. Smite available for both of them, and he smites it away.
It. No. Ogawa gets that last auto attack off. He is 2-0 currently. I don't have much to say, Hulk. It is a 1.5 thousand gold lead already off the rip.
And he could even go bot lane if he really wants to. You can see right now Snarfury is going to recall. Look for what I assume is going to be a tier, and if he's lucky, an Amp Tome, but more likely just the Amp Tome itself. Doesn't even TP back to the lane. And the worst part about this, Yanni, for Boise State is that Winthrop now are going to get both scuttles on either side. Ogawa's going to finish his bottom side clear. He is going to recall, get very close to finishing whether it is a lethality item or the Sundered Sky, and then he is going to be supercharged for the rest of the game. And Brand is supposed to be this champion that if you can get through a couple of full clears, he is one of the most broken AP jungles in the game. But consecutive nerfs and the game state not looking good.
Ogawa comes in, big taunt hits everybody. Ogawa still alive for the moment, and he will finally fall. It's Lurs getting that shutdown. The first kill came much quicker this time.
And Denethor even finds a kill topside. Denethor, one more auto, brother. That is 3 HP. Barely living with a flash out from the Scion. But a 3-on-3 play happens in the bottom lane. Winthrop win it. A 1-on-1 situation occurs in the top side. And Winthrop, the Eagles, they still win that one.
That's why they don't call him Denethor. He is very much alive. This is a perfect matchup. You are salivating if you are playing Gwen into Scion. It's mobility picking up a third kill. He only has a tier in the inventory, by the way. I love this play from Rat. I don't care how it goes. I love the attempt. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Tails is ignited. That's the first bandage toss. Second bandage toss goes wide. Oh.
Sonic Wave goes wide. Doesn't matter. Tempest Cripple comes through.
Get him, Rat! No. Get him.
Punch that minion wave. We didn't even finish the minion. We didn't even kill the last minion. Come on.
I'm going after Denethor there if I'm him. You know, just with the way the game's going. I don't care if I don't get any minions. I don't care if my wave is
Well, you're not getting any kills, so I think you need the gold for the minions to make up for it.
But what if you did?
You're not winning that. You're not winning that. So
you're right.
Moot point. That is just going to be a tilt play. It's going to be us running it down in Division 1. But that is not what we're saying for Rat. I just feel very bad because he's already behind. He's in a counter matchup. I say this is a counter matchup, but every time we've seen Scion versus Gwen, she gets a small advantage early, and on 2 and 3 items, she is really strong, but Scion does become a bit of a beast this game. Oh, he's just been...
Well, here's Tails with the stolen Pantheon ult. Not getting much of anything, so we're still stuck under the turret. Lurs
he's just
going in. Lurs is going out. Meanwhile, Ego over on the backside here, stuck in a 2v1, doesn't even have his ultimate. And the dominoes will fall where they need to.
So mobility at 6 minutes is going to be 4, 0, and 1. And you get 2 turret plates on the bottom side. And hey, even Denethor, when top lane, when they told everybody top lane was going to be a more impactful role, Denethor himself stands above the rest and solo kills his opponent for the 3rd time.
This guy's so good, man. This guy's so good, right? I mean,
all right, I'm not gonna do any much more Denethor glaze for this game. This game was, come on.
Well, I'm not saying for this game. I'm saying overall. You know, this guy continues to be one of the better top laners in North America when it comes to collegiate and tier 2. And I really hope he gets to take that next step because I want to see him cheese. Anyway, I want to see him get a shot one day, just like mobility. 72.
Well, mobility
nice
also.
flash
I
over.
feel like the mobility shot was not fair. I want to see mobility properly be a starter.
Oh, I do too. I do too.
Yeah. For those that are out of the loop, Dignitas in their first week playing in the LCS did not have their intended bottom lane. They had visa issues, so they did play with mobility, and so wasn't the greatest start for him, but still the idea I think there is fine. And Sion is out. Oh my god! Wait, that counts as
the
you getting
burn.
in front of him?
Oh. Okay,
They're
wait,
diving
he's
the
gonna-
Sion in
he's gonna
top
go for
lane
the-
as well.
Okay, here's the Pantheon ult down. They stun Tails. He heals up from the Kingslayer, and he'll finally go down. We can
But can
get kills
Denethor
here.
hit a 2v1. He's
Yep,
got
there's an
ult coming.
opportunity here. Denethor slides over the wall, right into 72-74, and it's a shutdown for Pantheon.
I have great news for all of our Boise State enjoyers. They have already gotten more kills in the first 8 minutes than they have in the last game. So, as we continue to say, for them, they are making improvements. But to what length and to what degree, that is still, it is a rather small margin.
It's so
Small
hard.
wins.
It's so hard. Like we've seen this. This is not a new tale in collegiate esports when it comes to, sometimes you draw a game against Maryville. Sometimes you draw a game against Winthrop. I remember a couple seasons ago, a team in the Northern Conference had to play against Maryville and famously said, if we last at least 15 minutes in each game, this is what their captain said, I will buy the entire team ice cream. You hope
Wow.
for those sort of moments out of series like this, and you save your absolute best for some of the other series.
Now, Yanni, you say that, but the counterpoint I will give to you is Boise have been saving their best for almost 11 series in a row now. When is it going to come out, right? When are we going to see Boise State University's best in terms of League of Legends? That has been the question for the last season and a half. When are we going to see them win a game? Right? So, I feel like that example is probably not the best one to describe this situation for Boise State. I like the beginning of the analogy where, we're saying, like, sometimes you draw the best in the league. And we've talked about it plenty of times that Winthrop and Maryville are the two best teams. And this season it feels like they are even closer thanks to some roster shakeups between the two programs. But I think we've yet to see what Boise State looks like at 100% power. Or even, honestly, I think we have seen them at like 90% power for most of the season.
They're just holding back.
Oh, yeah. What do you think is holding them
So-
back? What do you think is preventing them from winning games that isn't gameplay related? I want us
they're
to
holding-
start
they're holding-
fantasizing about stuff that
They're
isn't
holding
on the
themselves
radar.
back. They're in their anime training arc right now. And they're, you ever watch My Hero Academia?
So they need to go 0-28 before they really start kicking it in.
No, they just need to unlock the usage of their quirk in order to become the heroes that we need them to be. I'm looking at the schedule here,
Yeah, what's up?
and I'm circling Monday, March 9th as Boise State versus the Utah Utes, because I think the Utah Utes are going to probably fall to St. Clair, probably fall to The Ohio State University, and that's going to be an opportunity for Boise to go and get a win. Because next week they're playing against Maryville. Yeah.
I like it.
And then the week after that they're playing against Stony Brook. Maybe the Stony Brook match is the one to look at.
Maybe.
Probably not.
But also that Utah match is the very last game of the season, so
It is.
not the easiest one for them to execute on. Rat's going for it. Flash for mobility going to keep him alive. I don't think this guy's going to be living for very much longer.
Oh my goodness. I don't even know why I'm so shocked. It's just what to expect when you have this much damage. A great arrow from mobility, lines him up, knocks him down. He's got a double kill for himself. Almost 12 minutes into this game, Winthrop has 20 kills, but Tails is inting.
Okay, I don't know if I want to use that verbiage, but Tails is certainly, I think, fun maxing is the phrase we'll use.
Jester maxing. I like it.
Yes, he look, in the Azir game, he also got killed by Cake. He's just spreading the love. I think he's doing exactly what you need to do, which is on a team full of very serious players like Denethor and Mobility, sometimes you just need a guy, the personality guy. And I'm sure Tails is having a lot of fun right now playing what is essentially, I assume, like scrim level League of Legends for him as the coach.
Sometimes you just got to be a little bit whimsical on the Rift, even if you're not playing Lulu. Here, 72-74 landing, immediately got taunted. They're going to try to turn on to Kim Down, but Kim Down is not taking any damage at all. The rest of Winthrop descend quickly like a pack of wolves, and that play is foiled.
And they're just going to take this last tower. Gwenethor is hitting on this bottom lane tier 2, so that's going to be gone with 3 grubs. Kim Down with an excellent flank.
All right, we got the Amumu ultimate out. Tails is going to be well protected from the Galley ult. And as mentioned, Gwenethor down on that bottom lane, taking these turrets, continuing to shove with reckless abandon. We'll see if 72-74 wants to try and stop him.
I don't think they're allowed to walk into their bottom side jungle. You can see that Ryan Kodon wants to walk forward. Tails does not have the hijack. That is an ambitious.
He found Kim Down, and I think that was an accident.
There are no accidents, just misplaced attempts. So
Okay, Bob Ross.
I actually have painted
Dimitri
a Bob
Ross
Ross before.
You have?
Yeah, it came out terrible. It's actually in our background. So
there's so much going on in your room that I didn't see it when I was there.
No, you're okay. It's like not like a big piece of the background, but basically,
so cool.
We took like a Bob Ross YouTube video and we just decided to follow the instructions. So that was a lot of fun, even if I don't think I did very well. But
it's still awesome though. You know, that's what it's meant for. I think that's the beauty of Bob Ross and his paintings, is that it can even make me feel like I'm artistic in any sense of the word. All right, Gwenethor, you're 5 levels up, and Mobility steals the kill from you.
Tails, what do we? We're gonna check that brother into a assisted living facility soon.
He's only 31.
Well, by that measurement, that guy's dead in esports.
Could be worse.
Years,
You could be only 35. He's not 35.
You could be only 35, but that would also include not playing.
Oh, jeez. That was
At least
mean.
Tails is.
Hey, listen, only 35's been on the grind in solo queue. I mean, this Winthrop Academy team that they have, pretty scary. Him and Foles are just absolute demons in solo queue. I think only 35's played like almost 350 games. It's like 1400 LP or something like that.
But has he hit top 10 in the solo queue ladder like Kim Down has? That I don't think he can say.
It's kind of hard to do right now when you're getting 10 points a win.
Dude, Kim Down is 2,300 points on the ladder right now. He's rank 4.
Wait, he is right now. Jeez, man.
Yeah, he was ranked 10 the last time we had him on the interview with me and Rafa.
Oh wow.
So
I haven't really logged in to like actually take a look at the leaderboard. I need to do that when I log on tonight. All right, 72-74, very low, still alive for the moment. Chance of Corruption goes down. Lurs is dead. Tails goes and picks up another kill. Dancing Rift Herald perhaps in this game. Well, God was going to clean that one up. Immediately go back, clean up Hydro as well. All right, if Shelly charges this, it's questionable.
yeah, I think Shelly's gonna charge here. They got a minion wave stacking. It's just Ryan Kodon. Okay.
No, we can.
Wait a minute.
No,
take the turret shot.
It always aggroes before the minions. It's so lame. Yet again, another game where the 20k gold lead is staved off. But yet again, another win going to Winthrop University. They take the 2-0 victory over Boise State University here tonight.
And they did it in faster fashion than game number 1. 16 minutes is blindingly fast. That was an incredible game from them. Again, We weren't expecting much from Boise State, and yet we still were delivered a rather fast series from Winthrop here. A 2-0 now moves them up to 4-0, which means that for at least the next 24 hours or so, they will have a similar tied record with Maryville University.
Things are going to get tougher, though, once you start getting down the road. So, taking a look ahead for Winthrop, they have the Ohio State University, more of a test for Ohio State than Winthrop.
Yeah.
But then they have to go up against St. Clair. Of course, to end the season, that Monday, March 9th. That's actually going to be a great slate. It's going to be Winthrop, Maryville, and then Boise, Utah. That's going to be a great slate, especially if Winthrop continues to play that we expect them the way that we expect them to play. I mean, we are on the last day of the season playing for who's going undefeated and who's not.
Yeah. And for Maryville, they have yet to lose a series here in Division 1. They went all undefeated last split. So that was kind of a really big talking point for them coming into the season. They're the undefeated champions. They have not lost a series yet in Division 1. And so, I mean, that would be probably one of the longest uncontested win streaks that we have seen, not just here in our own little corner of the world, but also globally as well. I assume especially in collegiate, that is a very tough streak to have.
Yeah, that just goes to show how great that program is, how great the players are, and how seriously they take every single match. For the side of Winthrop, this isn't even their final form yet, right? We taking a look. We've got substitutes coming in abound here in the mid lane and in the jungle. And again, I want to see what it looks like when Wilson and Sword, thank you, come back, right? Because those guys do have great synergy. They're great friends. They hang out a lot together. And I do want to see this Winthrop kind of play at this full strength, get this new look with Kim down as well. Because I think they could have something this year. I really, really do.
That's the hope, but it's all about whether or not they can actually field a full roster. And so, honestly, with the strength of what they're doing now, only the best teams are really going to contest them when it comes to those small advantages, right? We're talking about playing against a Maryville, playing against other powerhouse collegiate programs, nationally speaking, those small advantages that they don't really have to worry about against a Boise State or a West Virginia are not going to bite them until we get to that level of competition. Like you said, they won't need that match until the very last day of the season. So for now, I think for Winthrop, you're just, okay, we're 4-0, that's great, but the competition hasn't been very difficult. They have played against Stony Brook, Utah, West Virginia, and Boise State. This is currently 5th through 8th here in the league.
Now, next Sunday, they're going to play against the Ohio State University. Do you think the Ohio State University can give them trouble because the Buckeyes mid-jungle duo is the best part of that team? And if we're still playing Ogawa and Tails, what do you think that's going to look like? Can you shadow box that matchup?
For them versus Ohio State, I mean, in my mind, like 5150 said, I know he has a lot of bravado, but you're playing against the best AD carry in the league right now. I think whether they have Sigma Kitten or Delight, the support gap is going to be pretty large. And regardless of what happens, the closest matchup in my mind is top lane. I want to see Denethor versus 2M2MC. I want to see Shalush versus whatever jungler they run, whether it is Wilson or Ogawa.
That'll be a fun one. We'll see what Ogawa has to think about it because we're going to head to our break, and when we return, it's going to be the interview with the Winthrop jungler. See you very shortly.
What would you do if you couldn't fail? Would you see every setback as a catalyst to keep going? This is the innovator's mindset, because innovation demands daring. is finding thousands of ways that don't work and the one that changes everything. Because we know changing the world doesn't happen by chance. It comes out of the blue.
I've been wondering why I've never felt human. Am I alone? Do I belong here? They paint the world in black and white, it's confusing. I wanna let them know that I'm something else. I don't care what you say of me, 'cause I'm someone else. This is what happens between
Welcome back, everybody, to Division 1 League of Legends. Winthrop took a 2-0 victory over Boise State University. And to talk about it, we have the jungler from the victorious Winthrop. It is Ogawa. Ogawa, congratulations on your victory today.
Thank you.
Immediate question right off the bat. What do you think is the difference? What's the biggest difference to you, at least, from when you played collegiate on Alabama back in 2020 and now?
Back in Alabama, it was way more of just like a back of the bus. They did not support esports like Winthrop does at Alabama. Alabama kind of did not want to pay for anything, did not want to support them going to LANs. It was always a big headache to try and convince them like why we needed to go compete at LANs and how that was different than just playing in our bedrooms at home. But Winthrop here, it's like a whole culture of support and wanting to compete at the highest level and go and be around each other, even as you can see where I'm sitting, just in like a lab together where we can all play together, practice together, and enjoy video games together, you know?
Cool. I think that's awesome. I mean, we've kind of asked like a lot of the newer students joining Winthrop, like what has been their favorite part of being on campus. So have the boys already started to indoctrinate you into some of the parties? Because every time we've talked to Only 35, that's like the only thing he talks about. So I want to ask you the same.
I have yet to be into the parties, but I am getting like the dinners. I'll be the mandatory team meetings was like taco night, you know, where they cook us food and then we watch LCS matches and talk about it. Like, oh gosh, these mandatory meetings. It's everyone's very friendly, everyone's very welcoming. It's kind of at first like off-putting, especially when you play League, and League is such an intense thing of like everyone's high stakes. We're trying to win, we're trying to compete. To then just everyone's sitting on a couch sharing some tacos, enjoying dinner together. It's a great dichotomy and an enjoyable experience, to say the least.
That's awesome. I actually wanted to ask, like, so how did you kind of roll into this program? Because there's a lot of different ways that people come onto the campus. Like, what exactly is like your story, and so fans at home might get to know you.
I was not at all intending to join the League team. I am actually here doing my master's program, and it was just the school that I ended up going to, and I was like, oh well, you know, if I'm there, if I get in, I interviewed, and I got accepted to the graduate program. I was like, I might as well, you know, see about the League team, just like make some friends, try and do some socialization. So I think he was last year's varsity jungler, Rapid.
Yeah.
was close friends through mutuals, and I met him on League a couple of times, but I had never hung out with him in person. But a lot of his friends from his hometown were my friends, and so I was like, "Hey, man, can I meet some of the people?" And he's like, "Oh yeah, man, here, like maybe they'll try and set you up for a team because I'm graduating soon." I was like, "I didn't know you were graduating soon, but sure, man." And so now it's just been like a bunch of lucky happenstance back after another to end up here.
That's cool. What's your master's? What's your program?
I'm going to be a therapist, mental health counseling.
Nice. That's awesome.
Yeah, so another year of that.
Program.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, it's gonna be super awesome. As a jungler, how do you feel about going into that particular field of work?
I feel like it's about the same, especially when you're playing League. Like you're not fist fighting the laner all the time. You're sitting here like being the therapist, being the team, just morale booster. Like, hey guys, let's smile. Let's make some jokes, because I'm just over here fighting Gromp, like what else am I doing?
I'm over here fighting Gromp, and you guys
so
are
angry. He's fighting Gromp, and I'm getting ganked.
Yeah, like come on, guys, let's just have a little bit of fun, So that's what I try and focus on, emphasize, especially with like the dynamic that I interact with everyone.
Yeah. I don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves because it is only February and, like the collegiate schedule is starting to ramp up a little bit. But Winthrop as a program have a ton of expectations. There's a very high bar to clear. I'm not saying you guys are trying to necessarily do all of that in a game against Boise, but from what I'm getting and from what I know of some of the other guys, how does it feel to kind of slot into this team? Because you are very much kind of walking into I wouldn't say it's a new room because there's a bunch of new players that are also joining you guys, right? Like Tails is subbing in for a lot of the games. Ken Down's obviously joined in. So what does that kind of look like for the dynamic?
It's been great to get to know some of the guys outside of the league room too. Like Denethor, we love to go rock climbing. That's a great thing that we do outside of the game to focus on. I think we've spent more time rock climbing than we have playing League together, if I'm honest. Right, but those friendships, those dynamics of hanging outside of the game with everyone has been really great. The encouragement, it really helps you like ease the nerves, especially with filling in big shoes of the other jungler that we have.
Yeah, that makes sense.
That's what esports is all about, man. Making friends, building lifelong, lasting relationships. Because in the end, while you could be playing ranked against somebody and you might get mad at them behind the screen, in the end, we all love League of Legends and we can all find great ways to fit in with each other as friends with common interest. I think that is amazing. Ogawa, before we go, do you have any shout-outs?
I'd like to shout out Tails. He's been a great help with getting acclimated with the team, with forcing me to go to those mandatory taco nights, and same to Blight, Jacob. They've both been very instrumental in integrating me into the system and getting me used to everyone. On top of that, Mobility and Gab and Denethor, everyone has just been very warm and welcoming. Even though I stole Mobility's Penta tonight, I only got a little bit of kickback for that. That was it was heinous. It was a real bad one.
He's never going to let you hear the end of it, by the way.
You should
like 2 weeks.
Just tell him next time to earn it. that brother should know.
Yeah, triple down on it. Don't never apologize.
Never.
It's not your fault, okay? A better player would have gotten the pentakill. That's what you have to tell him.
I'm
tell
sure
him to focus a little bit more in game. But
yeah, I'm sure he'll find a good laugh out of that one. But
let's hope he does. Ready,
Yeah.
Ogawa, thank you very much for your time. We greatly appreciate it. Congratulations on your win tonight, and good luck next week against the Ohio State University.
Thank you very much. It's great to talk to you guys.
Great talking to you too, my friend. But that will do it for us here on the broadcast. As mentioned, Winthrop versus Ohio State. That's going to be on Sunday next week. The first game. Second game is going to be West Virginia versus Stony Brook. And then on Monday, we're going to get St. Clair versus the Utah Utes. And then Maryville University versus Boise State University to close it out. So a lot of matchups that are going to be on tap here in Division One. Alk, any closing thoughts on any of these matchups?
yeah, I mean, I'm kind of really interested to see what will end up happening. I'm Again, it's a lot of really close matchups. The fact that OSU are 3-1 is incredible because, like they said, that third place now is locked. It's kind of up for grabs. Last season, it was Maryville, Winthrop, and St. Clair. Now with St. Clair going through some roster changes, that third place could really be between them or Ohio State. And that wasn't really a conversation we were even entertaining last split. It was who's going to get fourth. Now it's who's going to get third. And getting third is huge because if you get third, fourth, you get to at least pick your opponents for the first round of playoffs. Whereas first and second, they get to immediately slot into semifinals. So at least third, fourth, you get side selection for first game. That's really, really important. So any OSU games, especially the one versus Winthrop, that has to be like must-watch TV.
I love that we're seeing this evolution out of a lot of our teams. Division 1 is heating up, and you're not going to want to miss a moment of the action. That is it for tonight's cast. For myself, my co-caster Alk, for Ice and Kai behind the glass, and for the rest of the Division 1 family, we want to thank you all so much for being here with us tonight, and we hope to see you next week for some more Division 1 action.
What would you do if you couldn't fail? Would you see every setback as a catalyst to keep going? This is the innovator's mindset. Because innovation demands daring. It's finding thousands of ways that don't work. And the one that changes everything. Because we know changing the world doesn't happen by chance. It comes out of the blue.
Firing shots, high caliber round. If you know what's best, then you better bet down. Down. Get down. Down. Better get down. Down. Get down. I wanna see you get to the ground. You're being held up by the UK sound. Firing shots, high caliber round. High caliber round. Then you better get down. High caliber round. Then you better get down. High caliber round. Then you better get down.
People don't let them talk, only the text.